To a breakthrough. In 1980, he created an equation of his own, one that combined all of the Julia sets into a single image. When Mandelbrot iterated his equation, he got his own set of numbers. Graphed on a computer, it was a kind of roadmap of all the Julia sets, and quickly became famous as the emblem of fractal geometry. The Mandelbrot set.
It's not easy to describe the Mandelbrot set visually. It looks like a man, it looks like a cat, it looks like a cactus, it looks like a cockroach. It's got little bits and pieces that remind us of almost anything that you can see out in the real world, particularly living things. So it has a character that reminds us of a lot of things, and yet it itself is unique and new.
The Mandelbrot set is real, an absolute thing, no question whatsoever. Any mathematician or any computer scientist or student in a school can study it and find the same, describe the same thing. It's a common experience. And so such things that can be magnified forever and have infinite precision do exist, but they're not touchable.
It's a geometrical shape, an icon, if you wish, which somehow embodies as an example a very important aspect of how the world works. Somebody recently actually called this set the thumbprint of God.
With this mysterious image, Mandelbrot was issuing a bold challenge to long-standing ideas about the limits of mathematics.
The blinders came off, and people could see forms that were always there, but formerly were invisible.
The Mandelbrot set was a great example of what you could do in fractal geometry, just as the archetypical example of classical geometry is the circle.
When you zoom in, you see them coming up again, so you see self-similarity. You see, by zooming in, you zoom, 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 you're zooming in, you're zooming in, and pop. Suddenly it seems like you're exactly where you were before, but you're not. It's just that way down there, it has the same kind of structure as way up here, and the sameness can be grokked.
Now we'll begin our serious exploration of the Mandelbrot set. A voyage which, in fact, could last forever and ever, much longer than the lifetime of the universe. I have here the full set, about 6 inches across. Now, if I blow this up, I'll increase the magnification now 13 times, and you'll see more and more detail is appearing. And the interesting thing is you see mini Mandelbrots, replicas, almost identical, yet perhaps subtly different, of the original set. And I can go on doing this. Here's a magnification of more than 3,000 times. So the original picture, about 6 inches across, is now half a mile across. And no matter how much we magnified it, a million times, a billion times, until the original set was bigger than the entire universe, we would still see new patterns, new images emerging, because the frontier, the M set, is infinitely complex. And when I say infinitely, I really mean that. Most people, when they say infinitely, they mean only rather big. But this is really infinity. so remarkable, in fact, astounding, about the Mandelbrot set is that although it's infinitely complex, it's based on incredibly simple principles, unlike almost everything in modern mathematics. In fact, anybody who can add and multiply can understand the principles on which it's based. You don't even have to subtract or divide, still less use logarithms or trigonometrical functions to comprehend how the Mandelbrot set is created. In fact, in principle, it could have been discovered any time in human history and not merely in 1980. But the problem is this: although it's only based on adding and multiplying, you have to carry out those operations millions, billions of times to create a complete set. And that's why it was not discovered until the era of modern computers.
Shalom, shalom, family. So we continue on the animation, on the illustration of the Bible. So let's do that. Let me just connect my phone again. And I did some things. You'll be surprised what you can do really fast when you're just focused. I'll show you something. Let me just jump in here. And if anyone ever wants to have a holy conversation daily, that's what we do daily, holy conversation. Obviously, is that your free will? It's just something to keep you, keep on giving that holy conversation. Because what it says, the scripture says, right? Fact. Let's show that first. An interesting scripture. All right. This is what it says about a holy conversation. It says, whoever offers praise glorifies me, and to him that orders his conversation all right, will I show the salvation of God. So let's see the salvation of God and have the holy conversation. Let's do this. So I'm going to show you what I did. I'll show you what I did. So we're about to get to the time of Assyria. So I'm going to have this. What I'm going to do is I'm going to have this thing I'm going to have it all white. And then as the characters come in, I'll just like show them as they come in. And then I'll just remove each stamp as they slowly come in. But I'll let it play. I'll show you what I got so far. I'm still editing it, but I'll show you what's going on here. You can see a couple things I'm gonna have to do real fast, right? I'm gonna change a couple things. I'm gonna click those and slice them out. And don't worry, it'll be smooth once it's all said and done, right? That's gonna happen in a jiff. So we're just gonna smooth some things out, and we're going to get to the Syrian conquest, and we're gonna start talking about what happens there. I should probably move them up. Move them to Syria up here. So let's see. Okay. The little things on the side right there, I want to even them out. So I'm going to do a nice little illustration on this. Let me make sure I'm keeping watch. Oh, my phone, the other phone is updating, I guess. So I can't see nothing as I go to it here. But as you can see, I'm just doing some quick little assigning. As you can see, I found out how to change some colors of these. So I just had to change a few things. Now, why is this over here? I don't know why that's there. Let's process that. Why is that there? Is that supposed to be here? Let's just delete it. Okay. I just want. Okay. So you remember who everything is? Edom, Moab, Amalek. I gotta move Amalek a little bit, shrink them. I was able to get one of those pins to do a little more detailed work. And now I can do a little more detailed work because I got the pin. Because before I didn't have that little pin. Put him right there. I think I put that there for a reason. Oh yeah, because Israel. I'll move that 3 up. See that? So small. Now I got that pin to kind of click it. Oh, there we go. Makes a big difference with the pin. It's because it's hard to get really detailed and really click it and move it. Because I do everything on the phone. I just do it right on the phone. I bought this little thing. It's only like 20. I recommend if you even if you don't have skill in animation, this thing is only $20 a year. The KinMaster, $20 a year for a whole year. That's and it has everything. It has so much stuff on it. so much, like an actual software that you pay yearly on. So it's nice. Let's see. And I guess I'll have this black thing come in slow. So I'm just even some smoothing some things out, and then we're gonna get back to how we did before, how we just I'll edit it as I go, right? Not like this, like how I'm doing right now. This is more. I'm just making the beginning smooth, so it transition in. I'm gonna put names on them and all that stuff. It'll go in more smooth and everything. You see that picture right there? I think that we had talked about, right? When they came into that area, we don't really need this, so I'm just delete it. It was for illustration purposes. So okay, they come in. All right, I think that's fine. And just double check. So who everyone is, right? You got. Let me look on here. So Abraham and his wife, right, Sarah, and then you have Ishmael, and then you got Ishmael's mother. Remember, his mother took him into Egypt and got him a wife in Egypt. And then this is Esau. Remember, Esau was born first, though they were twins. Esau was born first because that sometimes happens with twins. One comes out, and the other one. And then we have Jacob. All right, Jacob has his wife. Edom actually is gonna get his wives from different areas and whatnot. Maybe I should leave that one in the background like that Edom. But I don't know. I don't know why that Edom popped up real quick right there. Maybe I'll put it on him. Yeah, we'll put it on him. Put this back down there. I think we'll do that for Edom. All right. So we got Ishmael. We got Edom. Right. That's Esau. I don't know why I put Edom. I just put Esau. I just put Esau, make it clear. Okay. So now we're going to start now at the Assyrian time, the time frame of the Assyrians. Just letting look at one more time. So you can kind of see, got to put transitions on them because they all got to start smooth, Because once this is all said and done, it's gonna be an animation. So the whole thing's gonna be an animation. And it's gonna illustrate how all the genetics got there. I never seen nothing like this, so this is gonna be something that we are doing, family, and that few will know of. But you're gonna know one of the deepest truths that few people will know of what actually happened, like what the real story, genetics and everything. Because the Philistines and all these things, these are really deep finds. A lot of these are really deep finds. I just gotta see which one pops on. Okay, they all transition in. I'm just making sure. I think that one back there. Okay. All right. All right. I'm satisfied with that. I'll just move Edom and Esau down at some point. I have him like walk and get down at some point. Or I'll just slide him and make him kind of disappear. Maybe at some point. Maybe right here, I'll have Esau just kind of like slide off and vanish right there. Obviously not like vanish, but kind of like want to slide to the left or right? Yeah, the right there. And I want his name too. Oh, sneeze. It's not Corolla, guys. I'm telling you the truth. It's not Corolla. All right. So I think that's good. And we're going to get right into what happened during the time of the Assyrian conquest. So we actually did a live on it. We did a live on it because it's deep. It's very deep. You can see where we did a live on it, right? Oh, dropped my phone. It might be bad. Phone break. The kids are laying down. They about to lay down. You can, if you hear them, they're about to lay down. But let me show you that video. If you haven't seen the Assyrian conquest that we made, you can obviously these videos that we do, these little videos and stuff, you can obviously find them in different places. You know, you can keep going through them yourself and do the history and stuff. But if you've never seen the history, we basically touch on all those things so that you can have them all in one place. That's what those videos are. They're a little longer, but they're everything that you should know of these biblical events. Let's see, where is that? Actually, it's this one right here. The northern tribes was sent into Africa. They was actually sent into Africa. We found out in the history that and it's confirmed by Flavius Josephus. Flavius Josephus talks about they went into Africa. Remember, we had pointed that out, and we talked about how they were sent down and everything. He said the northern tribes were not in Africa, not in Asia and Europe, right? That's what we found out, that they weren't in Asia or Europe, but they were actually southward of it. That's this one and this one. These two actually touch on both of those subjects. Both of them. They touch on these two subjects. So I just wanted to show that live, that it's this one that's touch on the Assyrians and this one. Maybe I should throw some word of Assyria on there to let that know that that's what we talk about. But if you notice on here, this is actually this is a Assyrian stone. That's a Assyrian stone back there. And this one is, we just talk about that thing from Flavius Josephus. This one, we go into the history and everything. This one, we just talk about that Flavius Josephus find and everything. Get right to it on what Flavius Josephus said. And that's very important. Very, very important. This one, I highly recommend, because that just shows that Israel was sent down into Africa. It's very important. So the 10 tribes, that's where they are. So they say the lost tribes, quote unquote. Not really lost once you actually follow the rabbit trail. So that's why we have that there. Now, since we already touched on that, we can just give a reminder on what we did there. All right, let me just turn this light off. Okay, that way we can focus on this little illustration. All right, I'm gonna let it play, then I'm gonna get right to that spot. Abraham, you got Ishmael, Isaac, and Esau. Oh, why did I put Isaac? I mean, why put Esau right there? Let me move him downward. My bad for putting him right there. He's actually right here. He should be. Let's put him a little down. Because though Isaac had him, I don't want to make it look like he's right there with me. I'm gonna put him over here. But then I gotta make him slide a different way. But this is fine because this works out. This works out. That just works out. Okay. So I just wanted to make that a little clear for those things. Well, I don't know if it works out right there. Probably doesn't work out that well. Let me see. I put them a little forward. Right there. It's fine. Kind of. Let me see. Because then the numbers come in. See how that works? You got to make sure you got to look at which spot is the right spot. Yeah, I'm going to have to put Esau somewhere over here. We'll just put him right there. And then we'll just put that there. Okay. So since I did that, I'm gonna have to, because I gotta make sure that that start is just fine. Because if I move things, or if I try to move forward and put these pieces there, it might cause too much confusion. I don't want it to be too confusing for me, but just clear. So as soon as, okay, right there, that's where I want to cut. Okay, that should be fine. Just looking at the transition, looks fine. That's all right. I can work with that. All right, that's fine. That's fine. Right, because remember, Esau is Jacob's twin brother. Esau is Jacob's twin brother. Right, very important. Okay, so we got, you can see, we got the Ammonites, the Moabites, the Edomites. We got Amalek, right? We got the Philistines. We got the Canaanites here, right? The Canaanites. Maybe I need to, because don't worry, once everything is, I just want to make sure everything's in place. Once everything's in place, then I'll have them slide around, because I can't slide them around at the same time of uh, it's hard to explain. I can't stretch this thing out if I put these little things there. So I just gotta make sure I put everything in place first and then illustrate it. Okay, here's Assyria. You see how Assyria's there because of these ones, right? The is and I'm gonna have the 12 move when they move around. So like here, you can see I'm gonna have them slide around. I don't know if I'm not gonna illustrate what they go through and everything. I'm not gonna show like the movements of the battle and whatnot. But what I'll do is I'll just have them at least move to their place. So I want to have them move through the wilderness right here, and then have them move up here, and then have them vanish right here. So that's perfect right there. See that? So they move through the wilderness. I'm gonna have to move that distraction up over there. Esau got to vanish more sooner right there. Probably right about here. This is where Esau got to vanish because it's kind of distracting when he moves real fast. Okay, just to cut him out of the way, right? And then Esau moves. Actually, I'm not gonna have this thing slide because that is distracting. I'll just have it vanish. And if you have any suggestions too, let me know because then we can make that happen as well. As this is as detailed as of the historical information that we have found, maybe I'll have Esau just vanish because that kind of slide off, it doesn't really do it. So let's just have him vanish. Well, yeah, we'll have him vanish. Though maybe I could just put him in that corner over there. That actually looks like it'll probably work right here without being a distraction too. I can increase his size and I can put him here, right? And then there we go. Okay, that's a decent transition. I could just and actually stretch it out a little bit. So that's good right there. Okay, that's a decent start right there. You see? Now, I don't know. I actually don't know why I put this on the side right here because that's Israel. I don't want to put that there because that's kind of distracting too. So I'm gonna delete that. That actually will give me more room. So we're not gonna put that there. We're gonna actually move Esau upwards to make him even with his brother. Right there. All right, that's great. I don't know if what I'm gonna do with the with Israel over here. I don't know what I'm gonna do with them. I'll just for now, so you can see. Have these fade in. I'll see how they blend together. Too soon. Too soon. Right about there. I just want to make sure that transition is in before we move forward. Now that's good. Well, everything else will work. I'll work on everything else afterwards. This is fine. That's what I want right there. That's all right. Oh, Emelec. Let's stretch that out. All right. Now we can stretch these things out. Let's just stretch them out in the beginning so that we can just work on them ahead of time. Actually, wait a second. Wait a second. Wait a second. Wait a second. I'll leave Emelec because he is wiped out later. Emelec is wiped out later, right? That's like during the time of the kings and everything. And well, we actually are going to talk about the time of the king, so that's going to be all right. We'll just keep these things, and you know how it goes. You know, the Bible has a lot of history. It's going to have a lot of stuff that goes on in it, right? You got a time of the Greeks, all those times, but great that we're not doing any work with the wars or anything like that. We're just illustrating the Y chromosomes of these characters in each one of these places, right? And we're gonna see what happens in the end, and you're gonna see at the end of the thing, right? Because we're also going off of the real information of what we know about these Y chromosomes, right? And that's why I'm showing you, do you agree? Do you not agree? And remember, we put Israel's Y chromosome as a mystery, but we know that Shem is E. We know that Shem is E. So if Ishmael is E, and we know that haplogroups don't change, therefore they are E. So just remember that, right? We're just going to put that there because that's sense. That just makes sense as you know with genetics, right? They don't change haplogroups. They don't change haplogroups, especially even if mixing. It don't just change the haplogroup. It just adds another haplogroup if they mix. I'll just let these I'll leave these alone. We're not worried about that right now. All right, this is good. Let me just make sure. All right, yeah, Ishmael, that's all right. All that's good. Okay, so we got a cereal. Here's cereal's a Shem, right? Cereal's gonna be a Shem. So I'm gonna, for the sake of understanding, for these ones, I'm actually going to put, I'm going to put D/E/D. You see what's going on? Actually, I'll put it the right way. D/E. Because those are going to be Shem line. That's going to be Shem line. And that's also what we know with the split. Remember, we had looked at that split. You can see. And I'll just leave those alone. I'll leave the Edom and all that stuff alone. So we got the Ammonites, we got the Moabites, and remember you got those other ones down here. So you can remember these ones. There's going to be Hamites down here, right? I'm going to move this one out, and I'm gonna duplicate this one because we also got the Amorites and all those ites and these areas. Remember that. So those are going to be also Hamites, true Hamites. It's going to be real Hamites, all right? I think my E1B1 has enough room. Okay, we don't need it too long. That's good right there. Let's see what this is up here. Okay, we'll just move that out. All right, we got enough room to do some conversations real fast on some of the things that happen here. We got some room and whatnot. I just want to make sure none disappeared and make it confusing. That's all right. We got enough room. All right, we're gonna start. I'll let it play and then we're gonna start. Let's play one more time. Once more. All right, I think this phone updated by now. So he's moving through, right? I know that Amalek's a little low there, but I'm gonna leave that there for now because I'll just do some moving around afterwards. So you can see. Remember that they tried to go through Edom. Maybe I should do like a little jerk there. Let me zoom in, right? Because they tried to go through Edom and couldn't go through. So I'll do like a little, a little thing. And also you can see how you edit it on this thing. If you do movement editing, you put a plus. Make sure to put a plus when you wanted to, like, if you wanted to move, and then move it, and then move it back out. Right there. Oh, well, look at that little flip. I had a feeling I was going to do a flip like that. For some reason, sometimes they do that. What's this? Let's redo that. Don't worry, I got you. I'm going to get that thing back on. Z. Okay. I got to see here. Let me actually leave this and join it again and screen share. Okay. All right. So remember, they couldn't go in there. I apologize for that spin. I'll work whatever that spin is. I'll figure out why is actually just did that. Let's see. From here to here does that for some reason. Let's undo this one. And this one. Okay. So come out, and remember they try to go through Edom, but Edom said no. That's not happening here, right? And then Edom felt like they just not gonna let them go through, So Israel didn't fight with Edom at that time, turned back, left his brother alone, and then decided to go that way. Okay. So I just wanted to make sure that movement is fine. So they tried to go through Edom. Edom said no, and let's move them upwards somewhere over here. Let's put them. Let's put them right here. Okay, that's decent. So remember, came out of Egypt, went through the Red Sea crossing right there, and they was in this other part of the wilderness, and then they tried to go through Edom, because remember, they're on the other side of Jordan, couldn't go through. And then they had to go through Moab, right? They had to go through Moab, and then they went this area, for the sake of understanding. Now, I want to make sure that that's the route that they took, because I want to make sure that they cut through Moab, or did they go around to the top around that area? Because I think that they did do like a round trip. I don't know if anyone's familiar with that, but I'll double check just to verify, because I want to make sure that it looks natural to the route that they took. But I remember they had to do something, because they had to go through Moab, and they went through some battles. And Ammon came later, and they tried to lie and say, "Oh, when Israel came here, they took some of our land," and they didn't. They didn't take none of their land, and that was one of those things that had happened in that area. But I'll double check just to make sure, just to ensure. And obviously, we're gonna have some other ones around here. Now Assyria is gonna be here, up there. This is when the 10 tribes are there. So this is gonna be Assyria. Now Assyria is gonna be reigning at the top. Remember, they're gonna have a nice big reign. They are actually going to be the main power in the north. Now, this is actually prophetic. If you know, there's other scriptures that talk about this. Remember some of the scriptures that talk about Egypt and Assyria? Let's look at some interesting scriptures with Egypt and Assyria real fast. Right here, I'm gonna go down right here. Let's look at one of these. Let's see. We shall hand Egypt into Assyria. That's okay. Let's see. Let's see. Woe to Syria. Here's one. Let's look at this one. This one's interesting. It says, it just talks about the Lord. He's gonna smite who he calls Egypt, and after he smites Egypt, he says, "In that day shall there be a highway out of," and this is prophecy in the future. He says, "In that day shall there be a highway out of Egypt to Assyria, and the Assyrian shall come to Egypt, and the Egyptian to Assyria." You know what he's saying there? Let's go to a. We haven't did our Revelation, our Sabbath Revelation in a minute, so we're gonna probably do that this Sabbath coming. This Sabbath coming, we'll do our Revelation note. But let me show you this. So in the 1,000-year reign, there's gonna be the Ezekiel temple. In the Ezekiel temple, there's a thing that said, you see where it says the south gate and the north gate? Whoever enters into the south gate has to leave out the north gate. And whoever enters into the north gate has to leave out the south gate. See what's happening there? That's very important. There's also different prophecies. I'll show you. I'll leave that there. I'll show you another one. I'll go to it on here. I'll leave that there. I just have some notes, some things open just in case if we have to refer back to some things. Let's see. I'm just making sure. I'm gonna see these comments because my phone was off. Let's see. Let's go to notebooks and to the truth. I call it truth because it's just heavy stuff. A lot of stuff that some people can't handle, but I believe that the word it's just controversial. Some things are controversial. The world we live in today is just, you can't help it. It's just gonna be some controversial things that's gonna be talked about. Obviously, holy conversation, but nevertheless controversial. All right. So that's why we make sure we know the historical things, the ancient, because history is ugly. It's ugly. I'm not gonna lie to you. It's just horrendous. It's one of the most horrendous things that I've seen. So a lot of the history that we know today is just ugly. So I got some prophecy right here that I'm gonna talk about with Assyria. Right? It's got a couple things with Assyria. Just open the YouTube here so I can see what's going on and everything. All right. All right. All right, let me read some of these things right here. And this man shall be the peace. So it just talks about a couple things, right? It talks about Messiah. It says, when the Assyrian shall come into our land, right? And when he shall tread in our palaces, then shall we raise against him 7 shepherds and 8 principal men. Okay. It says, and they shall waste the land of Assyria with the sword, and the land of Nimrod and the entrances thereof. And thus shall he deliver us the Assyrian, when he shall come into our land. Right? And that's why we touch on these very deep things, because not a lot of people like these things, but we're okay with going into these things for the sake of understanding. When he comes into our land and when he treads within our borders, you see what's going on there? What does it mean, the Assyrian go into the land? It says, and the remnant of Jacob shall be in the middle of many people. Now this is Micah, right? It's Micah. It's giving some messages here, and he says, shall be in the middle of many people, as a dew from the Lord, and as the showers of the grass. Skip down a little bit, and let's go to a different one. I want to go to one where it talks about how he's going to go from the north to the south. Go down a little bit. Right here, this one is the one I want to touch on. This is a precept to what we just read. Let's go back to what we just read real fast, and then we're going to connect these things for a second. What we just seen. So right here is the Ezekiel temple. If you're not familiar with the 1,000-year reign, this may be a new thing. You may not know what this is, but this is something for the 1,000-year reign. You can look it up yourself. The scriptures say it, what would happen, right? I don't know if I actually put it on this. Maybe I'll put it on this so it's a little more clear. I'll put that scripture. And see this right here? We'll come back to this. We'll come back to this scripture. I'll just put a heart on it. But let's go to Ezekiel. Let's go to something in Ezekiel here. And it's going to be in the later chapters of Ezekiel is when they talk about the 1,000-year reign. Right here. See what it's saying right here? It just talks about the prince. Now you got to understand the concept here. Who is the prince here? It's just connecting a couple of different scriptures. This is the Messiah. The prince here is actually the Messiah. It says, and when the prince shall enter, he shall go in by the way of the porch of the gate, and he shall go forth by the way thereof. He says, but when the people of the land, that's actually talking about Gog and Magog. Outside the kingdom is going to be Gog and Magog. They're going to be a lot of them, all outside the kingdom. But when the people of the land shall come before the Lord in the solemn feast, because there's going to be a requirement in Zechariah 14, I think it's 14 and 16, where it talks about there's going to be a required feast every year, the Feast of Tabernacles. Every single person has to go to it, right? He talks about the Feast of Tabernacles. Everyone has to go to the Feast of Tabernacles. So it says, but when the people of the land shall come before the Lord in the solemn feast, he that enters in by the way of the north gate to worship shall go out the way of the south gate. You see how that's going? And that's what we're going to see in that 1,000-year reign. And he that enters in the way of the south gate shall go forth by the way of the north gate. And he shall not return by the way of the gate whereby he came in, but shall go forth over against it. So you see what's going on there? Let's actually, matter of fact, let's go here, right here, right? This is what it's talking about. He that enters into the north gate has to leave out the south gate, and he that enters in the south gate has to leave out the north gate. Now I'm going to show you how that's in a precept, right here. And it shall come to pass, right? You see, remember how it's talking about there, how all the nations will come up to that place, and you can see right here. Let's go to Ezekiel. Right here, this is that one I was just talking about, but let's read this. This is the one I want you to hear right here. In that day shall there be a highway out of Egypt to Assyria, and the Assyrian, right? Because remember what we seen. Let me go back to that illustration right here, right? Assyria's up here, and Egypt's down here. Assyria, Egypt. So you're gonna have your south of where Egypt is. You have your north, And that's what the prophecy is talking about. Later in the time, there's going to be one peoples that's going to be above and another peoples that's going to be below. And they're all going to go into the kingdom and out their other way. They're going to always be discomforted, always going in and leaving out the other way, never staying where they were, always going in. And they're going to be Gog and Magog on the outside. They're not part of the kingdom. The promised land is from the river, this right here, the Euphrates River, to the Nile River, right? To the what they call the Egyptian River, for the sake of understanding. They're going to enter in this way and they're going to leave out that way. And that's what that saying is saying there. Let's go back to that, right? Because it's a really deep saying. It says, in that day shall there be a highway out of Egypt to Assyria, and the Assyrian shall come into Egypt. See what it's saying there? The Assyrian shall come into Egypt, and the Egyptian into Assyria. You see remember what we said? Enter to the south gate, go into the north gate, enter to the north gate, go into the south gate. Remember? The Egyptian shall serve with the Assyrian. It says, in that day shall Israel be a third with Egypt and Assyria, even a blessing in the middle of the land, in the middle, right? In the promised land. They're going to be in the promised land. Whom the Lord of hosts shall bless, saying, blessed is Egypt, my people, and Assyria, the work of my hand, and Israel, my inheritance. See what's going on there? So that's very, very deep. That's just like what it talks about in Zechariah. It says all the nations will come. All the nations that went against Israel, against Jerusalem, will go up and worship the king. See what it's saying there? Year to year to worship the king. All the nations. And whoever doesn't is going to be cursed. And one place that's called Egypt, they're not going to have any rain. And if they don't come up, they're going to be plagued. So that's very important. Gog and Magog are going to be on the outside. So you can see how they're going to be discomforted. So when Satan comes, they're going to be willing to take in part with Satan, because they're not going to be blessed, though they're going to be given mercy, right? In fact, that's actually Daniel 7. I don't know why I didn't put that here. Let me actually put that here. Daniel 7. Let's put that scripture here, because that's a deep scripture. All right? That's a precept too. Let's see where that's at. Saw the night vision, exceedingly terrible. It talks about the beast. This actually talks about the beast and then the destruction of the beast. He said he considered the horn of the beast and then a fiery stream, right? Because his voice. And let's go down a little bit more. Move this thing. So right, Ancient of Days, and he came near to him, stood near to him, the great beast. Okay, see right here. I came near to understood. Okay, I jumped a little far. Concerning the rest of the beast right here. You see what it's saying right there? This is the part that I want you to take note of. This is a connection to all these things, right? Let's actually put it. People of the land are come, the solemn feast, and that day, this purpose. I'll put it right in between here, so it makes sense. Just and everything you see these scriptures, these are precepts. All these are connected. And I'll just put, I don't know why I copied it, I just could type it down. All right. Daniel 12. Well, what's that 12? Let's see. I think that was verse 12. I just took that thing back and forgot that fast. As concerning, yep, it was 12. Just making sure. Double checking just to verify. All right. All right. So as you remember what it said, as concerning the rest of the beast, because the beast is going to be sent into the lake of fire, but a lot of people are going to be spared. A lot of people are actually going to be spared when the Lord comes. Few people know that. Few people know that the Lord actually is going to spare a lot of people. He's just going to spare them for the sake of understanding. Now, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this one, but because it's pretty late. I know some brothers and sisters, it could be very late for them. But I'll spend a nice little hour on it for the sake of understanding. As concerning the rest of the beasts, they had their dominion taken away, and their lives were prolonged for a season and a time. That's why you want to be with the Lord, so that you are actually part of Israel. Do you know that if you're part of Israel, that you're part of Israel, and if you're born there, it'll be said that you're born there, that you belong to Israel. Few people know this. Just read Ezekiel. Ezekiel 7. Just look at the last two verses. Not Ezekiel 7. Ezekiel 47. And Ezekiel 47. If you read the last two verses, you belong to Israel, right? If you belong to Christ, you belong to Israel. For the sake of understanding, Israel still exists. It's very important to understand that Israel still exists and will exist and always will exist. It's never going to go away, because the Lord said He has inscribed them on His hand, right? New Jerusalem has the design and has the name of the tribes, name of the disciples, right? Because they're the 12, and remember who they judge. They're going to judge the 12 tribes of Israel. So that talks about the restoration of Israel. So it's very important to understand that, right? So that's what's going to come soon. But there's going to be some that's going to be cut off, and there's going to be a type of Assyria. So you see that illustration? That's why I wanted you to understand that Ezekiel's temple, it has all these things in unison, because it's going to happen. It's going to really happen. When you get precepts like that, it's surely going to happen. It's surely going to happen. I said Isaiah 11 for more. Wonder why I put that. Usually I put a little note for myself, but that's the thing about notes. You do a note, and after a while, you come back to it. If you didn't put enough details, you're like, what is this? All right. Let me see. Let me just look. I'm thinking that's that. I would think that's that saying, but I don't want to guess. Let me see. Where it says, the law shall come out of Zion. But I don't think that's what it is. Let me see. Where? I'm just jumping right past Isaiah. Okay. And there shall come forth a rod out of the stem of Jesse, and the spirit shall be righteous. Let me see if there's anything here. It's land, suckling child. Yep, this is that saying of that paradise in the land. Yep, it just talks about bringing the tribes together and the destruction of who it says, but they shall fly on the shoulders of the Philistines towards the west. So towards the west, they're going to start off westward. They're going to start off from like Arabia, and then they're going to work their way eastward, as it says, and they shall spoil them of the east together. So remember how I said that on the other one? I told you that saying where it says, any weapon that's built against you will not prosper, right? And then that saying that David said, right? Give them a two-edged sword, right? So that's that what that's talking about. It's talking about what's going to happen. That's in connection with all those things. Where it says, they shall lay their hand on Edom and Moab and on the children of Ammon. Obviously, you see how this is in Isaiah. This is later on, right? Edom, Moab, the children of Ammon, and the Lord shall utterly destroy the Egyptian sea, and with his mighty wind. So that's just talking about the ending. That's what that's talking about. So I guess I put that there to kind of wrap it up. It says, there shall be a highway. Oh, there it is. And there shall be a highway for his people that shall be left from Assyria, like as it was to Egypt in the day that he came out of the land of Egypt. You see that? Interesting. So you can see what it's talking about is connecting those things together. And there shall be a highway. Remember, it's talking about that highway, right? They're going to go from Egypt to Assyria, and Assyria to Egypt. And there shall be a highway for the remnant of his people, which shall be left from Assyria, like as was to Israel in the days that he came out of the land of Egypt. That's amazing, because remember that highway that the Lord made for the people as they walked in the wilderness. The Lord let it rain down 6 days a week, and on Friday he let it rain down double, and they were collecting those goods and they were bringing it in. So he's basically saying it's going to be like a highway of paradise, a paradise walk, a walk of, it's going to be an easy trail, very easy trail, for the sake of understanding. All right. So go over here. Now, the Assyrian, some people, you may not think that this actually is important, but it is a factual thing. Once you can actually understand this, you can actually understand the illustration of what's going on. And what I'm going to do, not today, But the reason why I wanted to do it like this is because I wanted to first get the few things understood, these simple things, and then I'm going to show what I want to show, which is we're going to take the Ashkenazi and we're going to put their DNA here. We're going to take their haplogroup, put it here, and we're going to see what happens and how we can get those things moving. Because we got to also understand what we see in the Ashkenazi, right? We actually have a couple Y chromosomes that's actually in them. That's important to take note of. Very important to take note of. Why? Because if you understand the Y chromosome, that means that the males of different family trees are mixing together, right? One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 different males coming together and mixing in. And this is just going easy because this gets bigger. It's much bigger if we actually look at the whole picture of the actual genetics and everything. That's bad. That's actually very bad. But we'll put that together. We're gonna put that together, and I'm gonna show you what that's gonna look like. And it's gonna be rough, but understand that I want you to see the truth of what many people are saying. But if you illustrate it, if you actually animate it and illustrate it, you'll see it. You'll see it. And a lot of people, they'll say, well, why does it matter? Understand, truth matters. Truth matters a lot. We got to actually look at the truth for the sake of understanding. But y'all willing? We'll go over some deep things for the sake of understanding and put some things together. So let's go back here. All right. So the Assyrians. So the Assyrians are going to take the 10 tribes. So here we got the Assyrians. So boom, Israel there. They're there for a little bit. And then Assyria comes. Assyria is going to make its way downward, right? I'm not going to illustrate it here. Let's see. Because boom, they come down. Then they will push them down. Then they will come back up. Then they will turn back to their own land. That's important to know because the Assyrians, they came to Judah, right? They came to Judah. And when they came back to their land, they ended up staying there for a little bit and then they were vanished. So right here is about that time. And let's do those movements. So they come down right about here, right? Overshadow the land. And then they actually push. They're gonna kind of like do a siege, and then they're gonna go down. And I'll put like a little time on here as well to kind of show that they actually take them down here. That's where they take Israel. Remember, we had confirmed that in the historical accounts. Very important to see that they took Israel down here, and they came back to Israel, came back in this area. And when they settled here, they tried to obviously mess with Judah, right? And make sure that movement is all right. So they come down, right? The Assyrian, it's going to be a major kingdom, right? Some of the people of the kingdoms, they had an alliance with some of the where you see Syria. You see Syria right up there, right here, right, basically right here, Syria. These was teaming together. Now you see Iraq there, but ignore that. Ignore Iraq. Should probably just put something there. Maybe I'll clip some of this dirt and just put it right there because Iraq doesn't come until later on. Way later on. So I'll put that, I'll move that out of the way. As all these were here, but this wasn't here. Iraq wasn't here. But maybe I'll put that there. I'll just leave it there. I'll just leave it there for, for the common person who maybe not know a lot of history, but maybe knows about some of these things in the land. I'll just leave it there. So let it play. Assyrian comes down, right? You got your Euphrates River, and this is where a lot of them was battling for territory. Very important to see some of that with the Assyrians, right? I'm gonna put the Assyrian in the front, and they're gonna push the 10 down. So about here is when the 10 is going to get exiled. And few people know that. Few people actually know that the is actually recorded. That's why we had those videos there that the Assyrians brought the 10 tribes into Africa. Few people actually know that. They exiled them from their land. Let me see, right about here. Okay. So remember, they came down because God was telling them to stop, the 10 tribes. He was telling them to stop. They didn't stop. And then he sent Assyria. When Assyria got there, they besieged them and took them to the downwards into the lower areas and took them out into exile. Then Assyria returned to Judah. He came to besiege Judah. And then upon getting there, that's when the Lord, that's when the whole process went. He says he's going to defend them and everything. And Assyria was sent away, right? They were sent back, right? And that's important to take note of, that Assyria they didn't win. They didn't win against Israel because Hezekiah was faithful. Hezekiah was a faithful one. He stayed faithful. Let's see. It was about here. And then we'll move them back into their own land. To make them seem like they're fleeing. So it's about there. I know I got those little things at the top up there, but that's all right. That's okay. I'll probably take another screenshot and just crop that into its place. So remember, 10 tribes. Who do you got in Israel? You got the southern tribe, right? You're gonna have a southern tribe. You're gonna have Judah. You're gonna have Benjamin. You're gonna have Levi, all in that area. So the Assyrian tried to come there. That didn't work out. I'm just gonna kind of for the sake. Okay, just had some little movement there. That's because there was some movement that was going on, right? And then they left. It didn't work out for them. They couldn't do anything, right? And they went back up to the area. And around this time, Amalek is going to be wiped out. Amalek's going to be wiped out, and they're going to be destroyed. I'll note that when I put the timestamps in there, and then that'll happen, because that's during the time of Hezekiah. During the time of Hezekiah is when that's going to happen. So notice those tribes are there. Now, what happens? The Babylonian conquest comes, right? The Assyrians are knocked out. The Babylonians, they rise up to power. It's actually recorded that Egypt actually takes over this area first. So let's actually do that, because Egypt actually takes this area. That's important to take note of. Let me see how far I put this. Okay, so they go back up into their area, and now we're going to have Egypt come up. We're going to have Egypt come up. So we're going to I'm going to have one of these for Egypt. Though that B right there could, that's good enough for Egypt, but I'm just going to put that there just for the sake of understanding, so it's clear. Therefore, I have to stretch this out. But since I'm putting Egypt, it's important to know Egypt takes control of the land before the Babylonians come. Before the Babylonians come, Egypt has control of the land. That's why Babylon has a battle called the Battle of what is it? The Battle of Carchemish. The Battle of Carchemish that happens where the Euphrates River is. Where the Euphrates River, that's where you're going to see the Battle of Carchemish. And obviously, Egypt loses. They lose really bad to Babylon, right? They're going to lose really bad. I don't know what I'm going to do for Egypt here. I'll just put gray. And let's just make it like that. So Egypt gets some of this area, right? And that's during the time later on with Josiah, right? Josiah's later on after Hezekiah, right? Hezekiah, then Josiah, right? These are some righteous kings. So boom, that happens. The time of Josiah, we'll put that on there. Just say, Josiah comes. And then Egypt's like, you know what? Get out of my way. I have to fight. Because the Lord actually sent Egypt to go destroy Assyria. He actually sent Egypt to destroy Assyria. It's actually, let me see, because I want to make sure Egypt is long enough. So I'm just going to make sure I stretch out because they're going to be pushed back by the Babylonians, right? When the Babylonian conquest comes, they're going to be pushed back. Let's move this up some, way up here. Just going to move it way up there. Okay. So Assyria, right there. So Assyria comes down, goes up, and right about there, I'm going to have Egypt come up. And remember, Egypt overshadows the land. And they basically, and they actually put Israel do tribute. That's what actually happens. They put Israel do tribute. And notice that we only have those tribes there for now. We have the tribes there. They're going to actually have dominion up to here in these areas. They're going to have a lot of dominion in these areas. They're going to have dominion over these people in the land. Right here. So they come up right there. That's important. So Egypt comes up, and then Assyria actually is going to be destroyed, and then we're going to have, and who destroys Assyria? Does anyone? This is actually historic information that's important to know. Assyria is destroyed by the Scythians. Who are the Scythians? The Scythians are a people of the north. They come down and they smite Assyria. Assyria is hidden by the Scythians and the Medes together with the Babylonians. The Medes, the Babylonians. Remember the Medes, Media, right? Mahdi is actually going to be Japheth, right? That's very important to know. So we're going to put Mahdi there. Mahdi is going to be Japheth, and they're going to be there early on. They're going to be there for a while. So we're going to need another R line. Now, obviously, for the sake of understanding, these could be T, these could be Q, these could be, we don't know exactly what these ones could be for the sake of understanding. But I'll make sure with the Medes for the sake of understanding to double check. Let's see if they have some actual genetic information. I actually never looked up the Medes genetic information before. I know the Scythians are RB. The Scythians are RB. RA. They're the same as the Scythians have exactly the same line. I'll just show you that. Just for the sake of the live, I'll show the visual of the Scythians. We know because the Scythians, their leaders they often build these little mounds and they bury their leaders in little mounds. And when they bury their leaders in those mounds, it left a piece of evidence so that people can find those mounds and dig them out and obviously do some genetic testing on them. Because now they have methods to test ancient peoples, right? They have a test to do ancient peoples. Obviously, for the sake of understanding, it's to be understood in a sense of understanding when it comes to these things. But let's see, where is that? Let's see. Scythian, right here. Talks about Scythian. Let's see, it's down here. I can see the red right there. So it talks about 6 male Scythian samples as their leaders. Their leaders are actually going to be that same one, that M269. So let's go back here. And I'll look at the Medes. I'll see if we can find some information on the Medes on what their genetics might be. Let's see. Let's use this one and let's put, oh wait, let's put Mead. Yeah, we'll just leave it like that. We don't want to make it too much space there. It's a little long, but that's all right. We'll put the Meads somewhere over here, and then we're gonna put Babylon there. Now, who's Babylon? Now, that's why I have this here, just for that visual, right? Because this, if we can see at least what the family trees are, we can automatically know. So Ham is A and B, right? Talked about that. You can see the Medes right here, Madi, right there, Medes, Madi, right? And then we got, let's see, where is it? Babylon, Babylon, Babylon. We have Babylon here. So there we go. Hamites. Babylon's going to be Hamites. Let's actually put them. So Egypt comes up, right? The Assyrians are going to be, they're going to be sacked. During the time of this, it's important. Just for the sake of understanding, I'm just going to take a quick look for a reminder because I don't know the exact time when they hit them, but they do hit them and they hit them hard and they take them down. But go to that. Let's see. So where do we go over that? Right here. Few people know about the Scythians. Deep history that is important with the Bible. Deep history that's important with the Bible. Let's see. Right here. And this year is okay, let's see. I'm sure this is way too early. Let me make sure I didn't skip too far ahead from where I was just at. I think I must have moved too fast. I'm gonna make sure I get that exact spot when they come in and do what they do. My bad. I clicked and see the timestamp I was at, but we'll find it. We'll find exactly where that was. And I'm pretty sure it's gotta be back here. I'm thinking. Yep, that's Cyrus right there. Here is Babylon. Let me just see when that was. That sure was. Let's see. Okay. That works right there. That's a little bit before Babylon comes, right? So Assyria is gonna get hit, and then let it play a little bit just to make sure that's the moment, right? The Scythians, here they are right there. That's the Scythians, the Scyths, right? They're coming in. They're super strong, super strong, powerful, very powerful. Japheth, very powerful, very powerful people. They come in and they're gonna take these. They're gonna actually pretty much, and look how large they're. Very large when you see them. They're tribes, and these are going to be more smaller than these, but they're very large, cover a massive amount of area. So they're gonna flood these areas, and sooner or later, which they did. So Babylon Medes. Obviously, I put the Babylon down there. I'm not gonna worry about this one. So they're going to siege each other. I already had talked about that. So I'll just keep that noted that that's the moment in time. So notice also who's playing a part here, right? The Medes, the Babylonians, the Scythians, and that's who's going to destroy Assyria. Assyria is going to be destroyed by all these. That's important to take note of. So that's why we did that. We just to put them all together because it's history. It's important history that connects the Bible, different pieces together. It fills in those extra things that goes on the Bible. How the Assyrians vanish? How did they lose power over the area? So I'm going to have the Medes there, as you can see here. I'm going to have them. I don't know what color to go with for the Medes. So since I'll just leave them white, but I'll give them a black outline right there. And I'll just put them a little over here. This might be too early for them to be there, but I'll work on that when his time comes. All right. Or I'll just, that's fine right there. So we'll let that be. So the Medes are there, and then we're gonna have. I'm gonna make sure this is long because we know we're gonna get a big. I'm not gonna animate the movement of them and everything. I'll do that later and everything. I'll just put the placement of them and whatnot. The Babylonians, that one gotta be extra long because that one they're gonna come in. Right? So the Babylonians, we're about here. We'll just put them there for now. And we'll make them we'll make them like this. Babylon. So Babylon is gonna come in, and I'm gonna obviously change his name so it's not confusing. And as always, if someone's like, "Oh, that's not right," well, let's look at it so we can make sure, double check, right? If they're not A and B, let me know, right? From what I found, they're Hamites. Babylon's going to be Hamites, and that's what we see. But for the sake of understanding, I'm always up for information as I always seek that holy conversation. So Babylon is going to be up here. They're going to hit they hit the Assyrians, and then they're going to have the main power up there. They're going to have the main power. And as they have that power, let's actually make this in the same sense as these. I know Babylon is going to be one of those ones that is going to have a lot of control in this area. They're going to take the 10 tribes. That's who's going to take the 10 tribes. So boom, right there, Assyria is going to get hit. We're going to have Assyria get hit. Once they get hit, they're going to be out of the picture. And just for some clarity, I'm just going to put a split. The reason why I have to put a split is because I've worked on these animations before, and it's important when I move them around. Otherwise, it just doesn't work out. So Egypt takes this area. That's early on, before the Babylonians get there. They're going to claim this area. And while he's claiming this area, that's when the Syrians get hit. So we're going to actually have the Scythians come down real fast. Right? It's going to be like real quick. They'll just come in, and they're just going to take the area, and then they're going to do what they do. And that's why Egypt actually didn't get a lot of control in that area, because they actually was coming up, and they was going to fight with Assyria and win. They was going to come up and fight with Assyria and win. They was going to win up there. Right? I'm going to put Assyria, make sure I put E or D right there. I'll just put it like that, so it makes sense. So Assyria. Oh, yeah. Let's not do that. Let's just leave them as is, because they're just too large. Well, we know Assyria. We just leave it right there. All right. Okay. So about here, that's when Babylon comes in, and the Medes, in Babylon. And where is the Medes? Where did they go? Oh, that's at the top. It's all over there. I see it. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. I should probably have that Ishmael over there in that corner vanish, because that could be keep confusing. That could be very confusing. In fact, right about here, I'm just gonna have this up here that seems confusing, which is it kind of is confusing if it's up there. So I'm gonna move it, because it just makes sense to make sure everything's as clear as possible, as clear as possible. All right, I just have them fade out so that that's out of the way. It's just like the gospel animation, just like the gospel animation. So all right, boom, right there. And they sat on the lands. Assyria comes down, takes the 10 tribes, and that's what we went. That's what we went over. We went over the history of Assyria with the actual historical quotes, and they come up. Right, this part is in the Bible. They try to get Judah. That doesn't work. They go back to their land. Right, they go back. Let me correct that. Okay. Very rare for me to be this late on a live, but might as well. Let's see. So they come down and they go up. So the Assyrian's gonna get hit right there. I'm just gonna let that be right there. Babylon's gonna rule for a while, and then comes the Medes and the Persians. Now the Medes are already here. Mede is up there. Med. We're gonna I'll actually call them after their biblical name instead of the Mede. I'll just make it right here. You can see they're gonna be Japheth, Mahdi. That one I believe I showed real quick. I think I showed them very very quick, but I'll just quickly edit that. We're gonna make it Mahdi. Now I don't know if it's R, so I'm gonna look and see if there's any genetic information on the Medes, and then I'll change that. I'll change that to make sure that is as accurate as possible. So we have a lot, but we have a lot of R's. We do have a lot of R's. So we know the Philistines are R. We also have the Scythians. They're gonna come in, and then we got some Shemites and we got some Hamites in the area. Right? It's a very active area. Very active. All right. Just making sure we're not missing nothing too major in this area. Just thinking, because we obviously got the Canaanites there, right? Just thinking and looking at the same time. So that big E up there, I just put that there because some say that Edom also had some descendants that were up there and it's possible, it's actually plausible. But I think that Edom moved because based on historical references, even the Bible itself, when it had the prophecy about the time of Antiochus Epiphanes, they actually mentioned that the Greeks were going to come down, and when the Greeks came down, that's when we seen that Edom, Moabite. And let's actually I'll go to that quote just for the sake of life. Let's see. Actually, I'll go right to it on Daniel 8, the Daniel 8 prophecy. Just making sure. Actually, I don't know if it's in Daniel 8. It might be Daniel 11. Just want to make sure if it talks about. Nope, that's in Daniel 11. Daniel 11 is what talks about that, I believe. What's that? You know, play it. Okay, let's see. Just looking to see where that is because it just talks about when, and this is obviously because it gives us the answer. It tells us that it's between the Persians and the Greeks. That's how we know this is at the time of Antiochus Epiphanes, the feast of dedication, which is called Hanukkah, which we also see in the Bible. That's confirmed, right? We also see that in John 10, and what is that? I forget exactly what scripture it is now. Usually I'll quote it. There it is right there. This is what I want to look at. I think it's John 10, but I guess I'll double check on that. It's the only feast in winter. All you do is like the feast of winter right there. John 10:22. John 10:22. It was in Jerusalem, and it was the feast. You look up the word, the Hebrew word for dedication. That's Hanukkah, and that's that feast that's only in winter, which is with Antiochus Epiphanes when the Greeks came down there and ruled over that area. Let me pull up the bookmark. I guess I'm in the right spot. Right here, it talks about him and the kings of the south and the king of the north. It's just the reason why it's talking about the king of the south and the king of the north because in that time, Ptolemy, the king of the south, reigned very powerful in the south, but then the king of the north, who is Antiochus Epiphanes, came down and took that area too. And it talks about that. It says, and at that time shall the king of the south push at him, and the king of the north shall come against him like a whirlwind with chariots and with horsemen and with many ships, and he shall enter into the countries and shall overflow and pass over. Because that's what happened. Antiochus Epiphanes came down there. Ptolemy could not withstand Antiochus. That's when Antiochus took power and he got lifted up. He got super lifted up at that time. He got started. He became like one of those people like everything was his. He was giving out riches and stuff. That actually caused him to go bankrupt by giving all those riches. And it says, he shall enter into the glorious land, which is Israel. And that's what happened. He shall enter the glorious land, and many countries shall be overthrown because he took over a lot of areas. But notice who he says that escaped. But these shall escape out of his hand, even Edom and Moab and the chief of the children of Ammon. So that's obviously clear when we look at a map, right? Right there, the Ammonites, the Moabites, and the Edomites escaped. They got free. So the Ammonites, the Moabites, and the Edomites, after he came into the land, which is called the glorious land, that's when these escaped. They escaped out of the hands of his hand. So that's important to take note of, that they still exist. They still exist for the sake of understanding. They actually escaped. They escaped. Let's see who's looking here. Stretch out his hand over the countries. All right. But he shall have power over the treasures of gold and over the precious things of Egypt, and the Libyans and Ethiopians shall be his steps. That's a great scripture right there, because if you know who the Libyans and the Ethiopians is, remember we confirmed that the Libyans and the Ethiopians, that was already confirmed. Let's actually go to that real fast. as this is something for the record too. A lot of history that we're going over, connecting different pieces, connecting different dots. Let's see. Let's go to where it talks about Ishmael and that land mass and how the land is actually set up. Because remember, the land of Africa was given that name by the Ishmaelites. So the Ishmaelites, they gave that name to that land. Let's see. I think I was just looking at it. I want to make sure. Right there. Okay. So much deep history when going over these things. So much deep history when going over these things. All right. Let's see. So right here, the map. Remember how I talked about this map? This is how the world was long ago. It was Libya. All of this area was Libya. And remember how I told you this Libya, and notice this is kind of tilted, right? It's not actually shot out like that. It's tilted. You kind of see, right? That's the Euphrates and whatnot. More tilted, right? Medes and the Babylonians are gonna be in this area. Assyria, right there, right? And then the Scythians, they're gonna be up here, right there. The Scythians. I know they was gonna put it on this map, so that's interesting. The Scythians right there. Persia, those are Shemites. All these, okay. So you can see this was called Libya at that time. All this was called Libya. And anyone who was deeper into Africa was Ethiopians. Everyone who was deeper into Africa was called Ethiopian. Every single one of them. But remember, this was later called Africa, and it was called Africa by the Arabians, right? That's very important to remember. Yep. So right there, that's important. For most of its history, the Roman word Africa was not used to describe the continent as a whole, but rather only a very small section of North Africa, right? A top area, right? Which we looked at before. Go down real fast. That's that quote, Arabia Felix, which we already looked at, right? Just talks about how the Arabians, we know this is true because we've seen this same saying said by Flavius Josephus, which he's a first century historian, right? He actually witnessed a lot of things that happened there. Down here, you can see this is going to be that book. This is Flavius Josephus, chapter 15, the new complete works of Flavius Josephus. We also got his direct words. This is just new complete works is a rewrite of what he said, which is rewriting everything that he said accurately for the sake of understanding. You can see right there, talking about the sons of Abraham, some of the ones that he had sent away. They've sent them to Arabia, the happy, right? He sent them away in colonies and they took possession of this area, Arabia the Happy, as far as the Red Sea. It is told about this Arphine that he made war against Libya and took it, and that his grandchildren, when they inhabited, called it from his name Africa. Remember that? So that's where Africa came from. At first, it was called Libya and Ethiopia. That's why, going back to that scripture right here, you can see, but he shall have power over the treasures of gold and of silver, and over all the precious things of Egypt. And the Libyans and the Ethiopians shall be at his steps. So he's basically saying all of Africa was at subjection to him. So that's important to know that when, what's his name, Antiochus Epiphanes, when he came there, he had power over all of Africa. He took over the whole area. So that's Libya and the Ethiopians. So everyone there, he ended up having power over there. So if he defeated, now it's important to understand, Egypt was super powerful. That was like one of the only times, well, besides what happened with Babylon. But Babylon hit them and kind of left them alone in a way, sent them into captivity, and they returned. They returned back to the area and settled down. That was that 40-year captivity that was prophesied in the Bible that Egypt was going to go through. That was happened after Jeremiah 40. After Jeremiah 40 talks about that fall that was going to happen in Egypt going into captivity for 40 years. And that came to its fulfillment. And then during the time of the Greeks, Egypt was hit again, sent into pretty much, well, I don't know if they were sent anywhere, but they were destroyed. They were taken down and put into subjection. And that's important to know when it comes to Antiochus Epiphanes and the rule of the Greeks. So the Greeks had power over Africa. They had power over what is known today as I was having some technical Wi-Fi issues real fast. Have that all reset it. Let me refresh this. Changes you may not be saved. I'll just leave it. It's okay. Even if I don't see this, I can see it. And the web, that's all right. Let's go back here. Let me just connect this thing. Just going. Let me see how you leave this thing on this thing. Let me close out of this and try again on that real fast. We're back on. All right. Deep history. Deep history. Let me just make sure that's good. Okay. All right. Let's see where we at. All right. So we got what's going on there. What's up with that double? Something with those me's right there going on there. There must be a reason why it's all layered like that. Let me move it. I don't know what's up with that. I'm just gonna rename this. Let me just make sure I spell it the way. Okay. I'm gonna see if I can find information on I never actually looked up these individuals. I don't know if they do have DNA of the Mahdi's. 10 nation, for real? 10 nation Y chromosome? Yeah, right. Let's see. What is this? Let's see who this is. I need to copy this person's name to see if this is a credible. It's always hard to copy on these things, but we got it. Because I can, even if the name's not big, we can always. There's something just so strange about Bing. I think a little strange too, but Bing is just something else. Let's see. Got books. Let's get an idea of them. Just look at his book. Just an individual. That's all right. That's okay as long as he's quoting sources that are credible. I don't think he really has much here. That's okay. That's all right. Close that. Doesn't his name doesn't look familiar? Let's see. Family trees. What's that? Let's see. Let's see if he got the Mahdi's. Pretty sure I'm gonna be quoting this a lot. Let's see. And this is how I search. Well, let's see. Well, that's obvious. Mahdian. Well, that's of course Meads. Why didn't this pop up for me? Let's see. Let's see if they got straight genetics. Genetics, mythology, as if they're a myth. Language, religion. I don't see any. Let's just see if, just for curiosity, if they have R1. Nope. Don't have it on this page. Nothing for me. But let's see, because I want to see what they are. Let's see if they are what they are. Or let's see if there's any information for who they are. Well, of course. What's this? Whatever the historical details were, there is no doubt that some such scenarios did occur. Both secular genetic studies and Genesis 10 agrees in confirming that the speakers of the Afro-Asiatic, I hope we didn't talk about the same people. These Afro-Asiatic languages, okay, have two distinct genetic origins. One Hamitic, or Hamite, corresponding to E1M69. I love how they call that Hamitic. And one Shemitic, J. Look at how this world is so twisted, how they twist E and J around. This is actually European. This is confirmed Turk, which we already went over. And this is actually Shemitic. This is actually a Semitic line. Look how they got that all twisted there. This person need a little more research. It says, stands for some of that. Let's see. The Medes, Tarchus, very few identify Medes and some of that. Table 4. Mali. That's not what I want. That's many Jews. This is absolutely wrong for the sake of understanding. That's in them. Don't get me wrong. They do have J in them. That is without a doubt. Because of the Turkish invasion. You must not know about the Turkish invasion. You must not be familiar with a little bit of that history. Let's see. Turkic. Yes, R. R is rare, more rare in Turks. Turks have more J. Turks are more J than anything. Especially looking at the Avars and stuff like that. Avars are going to be the lineage of J. 88%. Very high percentages in the Turks for the J lineage. For that J line right there. And that's just one J. There's a lot of other ones, a lot of other J's in there. Like, I think J96, I believe it is. Let me double check on that one. Let's see. This one right here. These are the ones right here, the Avar and stuff. Oh, 267. 267, which is P58. Confirmed Turkish. Confirmed Turkish by geneticists. Let's see. Yeah. Okay. I can eat the meat, spit out the bone. That's all right. Let's keep going. Let's find the Medes. Where are the Medes? Where's the Made? Does he talk about them? No. Does not talk about them. Go group. Yep, A1. Isn't that something? How do they relate him with, how do they do that? How do they even get that process in their mind? How do they make E1B1A Hamitic, but make E1B1B Shemitic? That's ridiculous. Let's go down. Oh, this is a great map. I'm gonna download this. Oh, I'm gonna have to. Oh, that's a great map. Look at the details there. Look at that, Shemitic. They put a J there, but where that J came from? Look at the arrow. There's arrow there. It's because the J came from the Turks when they came in. They came down. You can see the Turks. They actually came down. They actually would invade here. I like how this is actually a very, very mess. Now that I see this in detail, this is actually a mess for the sake of understanding. What in the world? He could put the J, that R1 right here. That's, well, he put R as in Turkish. That's false. You can look up the Turks and their major line. Their major line is J, is without a doubt. The Greeks are going to be your R lines. Let me just make sure those are actually connected on this and make sure that's what he's doing there. These go into this because he put that C, Asia. Is this just his own, or is this something else? Just making sure. Let me see. Connected there. Is there arrow to this? Such a mess on this. Yeah, yep. He's connecting these to that. And there's that Turkish. That's wrong. Absolutely wrong. That could be completely destroyed by many geneticists. This is right. The D, Japanese. What? Okay. This thing. Yeah. This needs some work here. This is rough. It's interesting to see though. Isn't that something? This is right. That's right. R1B. R1B different than R1A. R1A, that's going to be the Scythians and some of them up in the north. But how did he do that? I don't know how he got that, how he confused that. That's crazy. Y chromosome atom, that's, well, you put a star there somewhere. Let's see, where's that star? Where is it? I'm sure he probably put it in Africa. Here it is. Y chromosome atom in Africa. That's the problem with that's why I showed that video that in genetics they tell you that is not a law. It's not a law where you find a group of people because migrations happen. We need historical documents to confirm where they've been all throughout their whole life because we find E without a doubt up here. When they say that E is only down here, when E is found up here, it's without a doubt that it's found up there. Let's see. This is a mess. This thing's a mess. It just needs some tuning up on some things, some updates on some things. He probably needs to talk with some geneticists or whoever did this. Let's see who actually did this. Possible migration routes with possible migration routes. So that I'm gonna go to the native populations with possible migration routes. Let's see if he got Q right. So let's see if he got Q over here. Yeah, Q right there. That's right. Q and R. That's right. And a little C. A little Q and C up there. Just for the sake of information, because as these things go by, you get some very interesting, what's the word I'm looking for? Some very interesting tries to attempt to paint a picture. Now, the reason why they call J Shemitic is because the people who say that they're who they are, once you actually break down some of the facts on different things, you actually realize what's going on. This whole world, something else. Many will be found liars. Let's see. Let this thing load in. Just to get, for the sake of the live, for anyone that comes like, well, maybe he's right. Well, let's see what others say about that. As I also found out the evidence to be conclusive to the point of what that is. In fact, I did a very I'll just go and find that. Let's see. Let's go to P8. Find that on here. Here it is. All right, let's see what a geneticist actually says. A real geneticist. The real geneticist actually says about these things. Let's see, 31 and 50. So he just takes the Turks and he follows the Turks and he knows the genetics of the Turks because genetics can't be denied. They all have the same haplogroup, which is J. It's without a doubt. Look at that. I'm over here searching and browsing, but my screen is black. You don't know what I was doing. You have no clue. That's okay. Let's see.
Who are modern day Jewish people? Well, it seems that a section, I should say, a subsection of modern Jews, along with many other Middle Eastern peoples, and some Europeans, like Greeks and other Balkan Peninsula folks, and Italians, and even some Spaniards at a low percentage, and even some Indians, all share a common Turkish heritage. They trace some of their origins to Central Asia. Not all of them.
Obviously not all of them because their genetics are actually going to be mixed of different lines. So the J line, though, is going to be of the Turks. I was just looking at this thing, and I was just noticing Q this as well. I thought this was a decent map thing, but then I seen the little error with they put the J as in Shemitic, which is absolutely false. J is not Shemitic. That's ridiculous. And we know that Ishmaelites are E1B1B. Anyone who studies genetics is familiar with that. They can look at the people and tell. You gotta know what's a mix, what part is mixed in and what part is actually original. This Turkish as R1A, that's crazy. That is absolutely false. We can even look at the Turks. I don't know how they painted that picture. They got some art in them, but not enough to claim that they are the R lineage. Not even the slightest. We know that they're Turks. Now, though they're in these lands, the reason why has to be known by understanding history of the Turkish invasion. All right, so J is going to let us know of the larger portions of them, the test size, and the percentages. We're going to see which ones had the higher ones. Got some in a group here. Let's see who this group is. These are definitely, let's see. I'm going to go right to, oh, you don't have it? Sometimes they have straight genetic information. This one, just some weather and stuff. I think it took me to a place. So, capital. Okay, that's not what I want to look at. Okay. Well, we know that that part was actually a major place that was taken by the Turks. You know, that area is controlled when the Ottomans came down there, took over that area. What is this? Let me see. This don't have, let me see. This, let's see. There we go. That's the higher ones. 99%. And these are Turks. Turkish. All these are Turks. Avars, those are clearly Turks, without a doubt, because we know their history. At least most people know their history very well. Yeah. Whoever painted that picture, that's the thing about art. Art is good and nice and everything, makes people feel nice, but it's not nice when you mess up information. Let's see. You gotta be careful. You gotta look at the stuff. You gotta look careful at the history. You gotta dig deeper than that. So that's what's that. These, where is the study? Does he have a study or is he just guessing? Looks like he's just guessing. I should have knew. It's a waste of time. He's guessing. Great. Thank you. Waste of time. Let's go. Let's get an actual genetic study here. Do they have one on the Medes? Let's see. Let's just think here. Let's put the Medes. Maybe they don't even put it like that. Okay. What am I looking at here? Is this Bing? Oh, okay. Of course. Let's just look here. Medine is the Medes. Is it? No. I don't think so. What is this? Median. Sons of Abraham was the third son. Oh, this is of. That's not what I'm looking at. That's not what I want to see. Wait, I think I just saw. I just saw something to talk about. Such as Indo-European. Well, yeah, Indo-European. We know Japhetic. All history mentions the early tribes of the Medines belonging to the Aryan stock. Well, that's R, the R line. So they have the R line if they have the Aryan stock, the so-called Aryan stock. Therefore, that's just talking about the R1 Clyde. Okay. Well, why does it not just throw it on? If it's is it just saying it's an idea that they're that? That's guesswork. No, it's fine guesswork. If it's Japhetic, it's gonna be one of those. I'll just put I'm just gonna put CT because we got no information. Haplogroup group C descendants. How do they know? How do they know how do they know that's right? Okay. I'm gonna see if this is right. Let's see. Oh, let's copy this. C5, huh? Let's close that. The J lineage is not. That is 100% Turkish. It's gonna be mixed in a lot of people. We can follow it throughout That's why they're in the Middle East. That's the only reason they're in the Middle East. Never get too lost in that saying. The reason Middle East because the Ottoman invasion. And that last day long is one of the longest lasting empires. Longest lasting empires that have been in the area. All the Turkish invasion that was all in the Middle East. Let's see. I don't understand how they could put that. How can they just put that there and not have any genetic study? It's like false information. How could they say that? They don't even have like a reference there. And this is I don't know if this is like creation Wikipedia. That's not really Wikipedia. Wikipedia has better sources. Let's see, view sources. Show me the sources. What in the world? This is the source. The Senate are mentioned in the Bible. According to M.J. White, the Empire of the Medes is often referred to the textbooks as Adam, okay, associated with each other. Or sometimes some were descended from Medes. Mahdi. No, none of these. None of these look familiar. As something else. You would think you'd put a reference for something like that. A whole haplotype group and no reference. It's just talking about things they did. Let's go back. Let's just see if I just overlook something. Just quoting. Yeah, where's the reference for that? Where is the reference for this? They just put that there. That's not a reference. Quoting yourself is not a reference. That's ridiculous. External link. Let's see what this is. I feel like this is it's just a waste. Okay, of course. I knew it. It's a book. It's not a genetics, not genetic information. Okay, okay. All right. This site is something. They just referenced themselves and said, forget it. That's what they are. They're C. Just throw that out there. It's just C, no matter what nobody said. Let's see. Here's Meads. Let's try. Okay, here we'll stop. That's not working. Let's see. Let's try Mead. Let me just make sure I got this copied. Okay. Media. I don't understand how it's just throw that there, but okay, let's try it. Let's just look. Let's see if it has the Meads. Let's try that first. Of course not. Don't have that. Don't have that. How does it just throw it on the side and just said we're not gonna reference them? It's crazy. I mean, I guess they would have to find the Medes, and finding ancient peoples isn't easy at all. But unless they have a tradition of a thing that people know, like certain burial practices. I mean, it's not a big deal not to know them, not to know the which group. I don't know why they keep putting C. Like if that's just going to just confirm it. Who sent that and says C? Just makes no sense. Let's close that. This world is just something else. Okay, it's not there. Let's go back. Body. I don't understand that. Okay, let's not put C there. Let's just take this. That's something. Fact sheet. Yes, that's probably not going to give us anything. Let's put their name. Oh, I didn't. Okay. Okay. Body. I think this person must have copied the other person. They did. Unless it's that same one. Let me see if it's exactly the same. I know about that map. By that ridiculous illustration, that cartoon drawn map. Let's see. Okay. Shem. I like how you just put an arrow there like Shem. Helm. No. Japheth. That's ridiculous. Even if you was to just design that, how insane would that be? Let's just look at that. How ridiculous does that sound? Let's just look. Let's go to a haligo group tree and check that out. Okay, so right here. And that's something. J, it's right here. J stems off the same one stem. Same one stem. And you get all the different lines of European, like I. Classic European stock, and I is connected with J, which is clearly European. And then you got these. You gotta be. Why can't they be honest? Why can't they be honest with what they find? Let's see. That's something. R. He says this is J5th, though they on the same branch. This is J5th only. This is J5th, and this is Shem, though they're on the same branch. The same branch. One branch. Two branch. This one goes off and has its own. And then on that's two branches, it breaks off to a further branch because R is deeper down, and it goes all the way down to R, breaks down to its own branch. All on the same branch though. That's something. And that's what geneticists also note too. Other geneticists note that too, because they're all C under CF, splat going down from CF, bringing forth the J lineage after I and J, which are connected. I and J are connected, and T, which are connected, which are European, all one, and then they all are in that same group. Let's go over, but they call it Shemitic, a Shem line, which they put it in the same one. Like for example, here, this is much a clearer look of it. You can see these are going to be European. This is your J. This is your these are your Turkish stock. Why would you have them from the same branch and then just say, oh, some are Turks, but some are Shemitic? That's absolutely insane when they're on the same branch, deep in. And you get your R right there. But you say that's Japhatic. Though the break is right there where it breaks to three different groups, which many note. The same break to three different groups. But isn't that something? Let's keep looking. Let's try to find this. CT, all these. DE, all these. AB, over here. Because that's just how it is. If you actually follow the actual history, the actually who is who, then you'll know. As E1B1B is known. It's clear who that is. That's crazy. Just throw that in. No confirmation nowhere. No source. just all Afro-Arabians except watch this. This is funny. All Afro-Asiatic languages except part of Shemitic. Except part of Shemitic. Because who's Shemitic? The Arabs. The Arabs are Shemitic. So how are you going to have a separation from one haplogroup? Descended from Shem, including a large percentage of modern Jews. Modern Jews, exaggeration on that. Middle Eastern populations, including original Arabs. Oh, they try to mix it up on here. That's false. No one agrees with that, especially when they study genetics. And if they do, they must not know about the Turkish invasion. Let's see. Well, what a mess in the world. What a mess of the world we are in. That's something. No, they got to be Hamitic because they're in Africa. Oh, they're in Africa. So they must be Hamitic. Isn't that something? Location must makes a race. Isn't that something? If you look up Arabia, if you look at the people in Arabia, let's just do that. Let's see how much J267 they have in them, which is so small, except for the ones that are Turkish. The ones that are Turkish, look at the Kohanim line. That's the one that video did a study on and confirmed that it was Turk. Let's see. Let's see. Isn't that something? I'm not even gonna research it because it's a waste of time. Isn't that something? Everyone believes that out of Africa idea when it's convenient. It is. Let's see. What are we looking at here? Languages. Languages don't tell you anything. As we all speak English, doesn't mean we came from England. Let's see. And that's just funny. Let's see. So this is him, he says. Isn't that something? CF. Where's the split? Where's the split? What is that? Where's the split? He says this is Japhetic and this is Shem. What? How? That's IJK. How is IJK Japhetic? IJK Japhetic. But IJK is over I and J is over here. IJK is Japhetic, but I and J, which are broken from IJK, are Shem. That is the most I'm not even gonna comment on that. That's the most nonsensical thing I ever seen. How do you not put two and two together? How can you have a break of a haplocal group, which is of that haplocal group, and then put them in a whole different box? The break is here. This is actually where the break is, because this is the older line. That's important to know, that this is the break. This is where the break is. It's gonna be him, and this is gonna be Shem, and this is gonna be Japhetic. That's just a fact. CF breaks into CF. Then you get your CF. Then you get your H and G. From your F, you get I, JK. IJK breaks into IJK. IJK. These are together. IJK breaks into your other subgroups. You can't do it like that. You can't just put a line and barrier where not one geneticist agrees. Not one geneticist agrees. This is a homemade chart. He did it himself. Sat there and just, it's crazy. If you're gonna do it, you gotta. Now, for example, like the one we did, if you're gonna do it, you have to do it in an agreement of what other geneticists actually find, because we study geneticists, but there are others that actually are working on it from the ground up. And if we are actually contradicting what they are actually finding, then we are lying. We are actually lying. So we have to agree with what they find, where exactly that split is actually really at. Where's the real split? And where's the real marker of the split? It's right here at the point of CT, where CT breaks into all these subgroups. It's not something. How did he paint that picture? That's just interesting. I'm glad I've seen that. It just shows you how ignorant people can be. How can you do that? It's just so clear. It's like, how do you even get from isn't that crazy? That's like me doing this. That's like me saying IJ and it's split right here. And then these are their own, but they're not connected with this one. But somehow, some way they go this way. Isn't that something? It's not ridiculous. You got to make sure you check them. You got to make sure you know what's going on, because that's not what anyone sees. No one sees that design. Not one. Besides anyone who's not really studying genetics that deep, or history for the sake of understanding. You got to look at these things carefully on what they're actually saying and what these actually are and where that split actually is at. that split is CT. Now, some would just say, they would try to say, oh, one line disappeared because they don't want to admit certain things. But they know where that split is at. It's without a doubt. That's why they put the time on there. You can see it yourself. Isn't that something? This is the split. Me actually, I need to edit this so it's not too confusing, because this breaks into this, and this breaks into this, and this breaks into this. But many geneticists just say from Ham to Shem, means from Ham to Japheth. You just say from A, you're a Hamite. Millions and millions of years ago, you were a Hamite, and then you became a Japhetic. It's crazy. Okay. Let's stop this. Something else. Let me just look at that again. I just want to look at that for cautious sake. Before I look at that, let me just go to oh. These I'm not gonna click that. I'm just gonna go back to that so I can take a look again at that. Isn't that something? That is crazy. That's the craziest thing I've seen. These are clear. These are Japhetic. Look at this. Oh, this is what you got, Sweden. Oh, that's ridiculous. Oh, so C now is Turk. That's something. I just wanted to see. He just said this is Egyptian. Said forget about the Ishmaelites. They may want to review their genetics. That is something else. But that's what happens when you don't know that history that well. That's crazy. Look at that. From Noah, he says this is Noah from IJK. And that's something. IJK breaks into Shem and Helm, and from F you get Helmites. Look at this design. That is the most insane. From F. Let's see where F is. Wow. Yeah, let's see that. I just gotta look at that. Let's see where F is. There's no geneticist that would agree with such a design. Here's F. F. And it goes from F to what? Let me look at that one more time. Let me put this next to this so I can go back and forth real fast. I just want to see how they think. F. Dang, that's crazy. How? That is insane. FGHC. That's insane. BADE. That's insane. This is Shem. They just break that off and said we're gonna design this tree how we want to design this tree. We're just gonna take it and morph it, twist it, and break the subgroups. What sub branch? IJK breaks into I and J and K. Not these. This doesn't break into these. It doesn't even bend that way. It doesn't even break that way. It's like, what's the word I'm looking for? It's like opening a book, going from page 1 and no, actually, so what's a better way to put it? I don't know how I can't relate something like this. I can't even relate it. It's just too ridiculous. It's extremely ridiculous. It just doesn't make any sense. It wouldn't make no sense to any geneticist. to go from IJK and then go to A. No one would believe that. That's not even their design. You can't go from here. That's like going from clear japhetic to Hamitic. That's impossible. Isn't that something? Clear F. Going to, isn't that something? Going to CF and then D. Oh, that is cute. He even put the names there. He said, "Oh, I know the names too." We do not know the names of them. But that's something else. Ah, that's not a connection. That's probably why I don't know this name. What's going on there? Yeah, let's look at that. Let's go to their haplogroup. Let's go to this one and look at their haplogroup. Oh, let's see how they designed theirs. Oh, it actually starts from A and works its way down. And let's see, IJK goes to what? IJK goes to I. Oh, IJK doesn't actually go to these ones? I wonder why. Right. Clear. So how did he split? How is it? How can you get Shem? How can you do that? How do you get Ham, Shem, and Japheth if he says, let me go to that picture. This is amazing. This is amazing of the ignorance of the world. Isn't that something? Okay, let's look at this. So this is Japhetic. Okay. So K is Japhetic. I is Shemitic, he says. Where does K break off from IJK? This way. IJK, IJK. So that means this is a branch. How is this two branch? If this is two branches, if this supposedly is Ham and Shem, let's just run with it. Let's say this is Ham and let's just run with that. Let's run with what he says there. Let's go with that. Let's say this is Ham. Let's just say that. Ham. Just Ham that way. And let's say this is supposed to be what? Japhetic. We got IJK, and then what's the problem here? It continues on. These break into other ones. These break into these. So these are all the same. These are connected. The IJ is connected to all of these. That's insane. How do you get that illustration? Just painting your own picture, ain't you? They're just breaking down. You can see these all break from each other. That's why the R, if you actually, in fact, I got a better one. I'll show a real picture. And this is interesting. I just wanted to see that. I find that fascinating. I find that extremely fascinating. Let me see. What is this? Okay, let's go down. Let's look at that. Let's see a real genetic chart. Right. Where is it? I just want to look at this one. Here it is. There we go. This is perfect to see a real genetic chart so we can get a clear look. Okay. J. I. How did he get his chart? Which way? Which break? From which direction? That is insane. He just basically crafted his own idea. This is actually important to know. This is important to know that what you're seeing here, this little thing, this little design. You got to understand that the older ones, these are going to keep breaking into these. These are older ones. They know this is European. Everyone knows. It's just no secret to it. That's okay. We all know. These are all connected. These are the same. That's just clear. There's no doubt about it because where they break. That's just something else. That's something. Let's go. Let me just close that. I'm gonna look. Isn't that something? From where is it? IJK. From here, he says he says these aren't together, even though these are all the same haplogroup. The same break from the same stalk. All these break from one stalk, from the same branch. from GHIJK. From GHIJK comes IJK and IJ and K. That's undeniable. Any geneticist would understand that. That's why he said they were Turkish. But he just said we're gonna paint. That's why the world's in confusion, because liars who take the picture and paint and just tear up the whole genetic organized system. Who is this? 2014. Last updated 2014. That's probably on purpose. This page was created in 2011, updated 2014. It's 2021. It's a couple updates going on. Let's see who this person is. I just want to see. I've never seen something so messy. So it was about marriage. That's not if I. It's better not. Let me see. If this genesis, this is gonna be so funny. Let me see. What is this? It's just some family tree. It's just his Facebook. Work. What does he do for work? Works at. He plays football. That's his work. Keep on playing football. Focus on football, because definitely you made a mess off of truth, and I'm sure it's causing someone to slip up. It's ridiculous. Should probably stay focused on that. Leave the genetic design, the actual design of the chart, the same. Leave it as it is. And if you can design a real design, then design a real design. Don't do something like this. That's super ridiculous. That's absolutely false. You can't have one sub-helical group that breaks. It does not break how you want it to break. It breaks in one way, the way that's designed. IJK has to be together. They're all under the same helical group. They all break into their own, which are the same. They're going to be together. They break together. These are going to break together. It's not even an old line. This is not even old. This is older than this. So that means you got to break sooner. They got to break sooner. This can't be to the time of Noah. This is not the time of Noah. This is early. This is very early on. These groups are earlier. These are later. This is way later. And then you get your breaks from here. This is your break from here. That's where you get your three branches. You can see the three branches. You don't see this right here. You try to design a three branch here. It may look right at first if you don't know genetics or history. That's extreme error. Extreme error. That's something else. He just said, I'm going to just paint the tree I want, and I'm going to cut it exactly as I want to. Wow. I'm glad I just took the time to kind of just take that in. Just take that in. As I believe to prove all things, the whole fast of that which is true. This person just said, I'm just going to do my own thing. Be careful of this. He's not a geneticist. And nor is this supported by any geneticist. This is not supported at all, as it's impossible. That's impossible to get IJK breaking in a split and having two different complete lineages. That means if this was Abraham, let's just say this was Abraham, right? If this was Abraham, even if he's trying to say this was Noah, right? Let's say it was Noah, Abraham, all that. The problem is he would be extremely connected to these, but none of these would be connected to this. None of them. Not one of them, because it's backtracking. It's backtracking. You can't do it like that. That doesn't work in genetics. It's impossible. You can't go from here and get a Shem and a Hamite. You can't. You can never get a Hamite that way. That's impossible. You can't get a Hemite from IJK. That's ridiculous. Close that. That's absolutely ridiculous. And they know it. That's why they start here and go work their way down. They try to work their way down because just because. That's obviously ridiculous too, to even try to work your way down like that. It doesn't work like that. It's not like a stairs where you just walk your way down in genetic. You got to actually know where it splits, where exactly that it shows when you actually look at the information and where it actually shows a split, where it naturally splits, and where you can actually get that divide. You can't go from IJK and get, which IJK goes back into HIJK and goes back into GIJK. So that just shows you that these are actually breaking this way. These are breaking this way. You can't go back. It's ridiculous. That makes absolutely no sense. Wow. I've seen some very bad designs before, but that was the worst. Okay. Wow. Isn't that something? Okay. Yes. So this right here, this is a design by a geneticist. This geneticist, his name is actually Nathaniel Jeanson. If you look at the name, Nathaniel Jeanson, as when I try to look at the other person's name, found nothing. Does that completely put me off of wanting to even find? This is Nathaniel Jeanson. This is who made that little chart. Nathaniel Jeanson. We have Nathaniel Jeanson holds a PhD in cell and development biology in Harvard University. He serves as research. Just that's credentials, and he shows where the split is, where I agree as well, and others agree, because it's the only way. It's the only way that makes sense. Anything else is just tailoring things to your own will. That's the split right there. CT, which, as you can see, the split. That's why this and that split right here. There it is. That's something. See, one, you got this line. This is a one line. This is Hamitic. Let me see if I can even open this. That is insane. I'm just so glad I looked at that. That's just something else. I can't believe it. I can't believe someone would do that. 2000, what was that? 2014. That was such a long time ago. Obviously, a lot changed, but the person, he just grabbed a bunch of random pictures and just thrown them together and tailored his own little thing. Shalom, family. Let's zoom in on this. For for anyone, one of the brothers that's seeing this, I hope you seeing what these people are trying to pull. It's something else. This one I downloaded, but it's too blurry to even see. But you can kind of see a little bit. It's not something I would recommend seeing. Let me see. I actually got. In fact, I think I want to make sure I open up the newer one. Let's see. I know I must have did open up the newer one, but I must have didn't put something. This is the real line of Ishmael. E1B1B. That's the real line of Ishmael. And you get a pure stock like this, you don't see things like that in people unless they've been designed and engineered amongst themselves and constantly mixing amongst themselves. And Ishmael did that because it was 12 of them. It was 12 of them. So if they ever mixed amongst themselves, they will still be pure. You don't see that in almost no one. It's very rare to see that. You see that in a people, then you know who they are. Like the Turks. 99% J is the Turks. 99%. 99% J. What are they? Are they Shemitic? The Turks, the Ottoman Empire that came in for the invasion, that came from the Middle East. I mean, not the Middle East, my bad. From the from East Asia, when they came in, they conquered from the Caucasus Mountains, and they came in from Asia and knocked the how you say um, the Arabians out when they came into Arabia and knocked the Arabians out. And then they took over Turkey, which they are settled in Turkey, which we know for a fact they got the J because that's what the Turks have in Turkey. That's insane. What was I looking for? I completely that's why it's important to know history, because stuff like that, I can just imagine someone just dealing with something like that. Like, well, I don't know what to say about this. This is it looks like it makes sense. Is that something? Okay. All right. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah. This is the world we live in. This is why it says that as the world's full of lies. J are Turks. I just gotta do this again. 1140. I had to rinse my mind from the sickness. And that's something.
Matter of time before a less friendly Islamic power took control over the Holy Land, creating a political shockwave across both the Islamic and Christian worlds. One of the most influential people groups of the Middle Ages were the Turkic peoples, a collection of hardy nomadic tribes from the rugged steppelands of Inner Asia, who lived and died on the backs of their horses. By 1066, the most powerful Turkic confederations were the Pecheneg Horde and the Kuman Kipchak Confederacy. For decades, they had fought against the sedentary Slavs of the Kievan Rus. Originally, the Turkic peoples worshipped Tengri, the same.
And they came from the east, and that's why you see them in the Levant area. They came in there and they settled in the area for almost 14,000 years, for 1,400 years, 14,000, 1,400 years, for the sake of understanding. 1,400 years did they come, and they went and they settled in the homeland that belongs to Israel. Here's the mess of their little federation. But you can see the Seljuk Turks. Seljuk Turks took this area. This is why you see this area mainly with J. And then they look at people with J like, they've been there all the time. Have they been there all the time? No, they have not been there all the time. They came in, they conquered. They came, they saw, they conquered, and they mingled in. And that's why you see a lot of people with J. It's not something. History. It's important to understand, and we know for a fact because we can look at it ourselves. We can look at their J line. You can look at their line of the people. You can look at it. 99% tell me, are these Jews? Are these Jews? 99% J, are these Shemitic? I just don't understand. Which we know for a fact who they are. These are just ridiculous. It's clear that these are Turks. Even it's clear. It's without a doubt that when we look at the history of the Avars, We can even follow the route of the avars. Just put it right here. No, I don't want a quiz. What just happened there? Because it don't say right here. Because they don't write it. But we can just look at the history and information because I already had that somewhere else on here. Which goes to right here. Just thought I will type that down. The route of the Avars, moved by the Huns. The Avars pushed up there, came with the Khazars, came in and settled up there. It's a fact. It's a historical fact who these people are that sit in these areas. I just wanted to see if I can just type and just Avars, the Caucasus. Avar. Let me see, where is it? Let's see if it'll just show me Turks. Yeah, there it is. Of the Gog Turks. Go down. Avarnians are a northeastern Caucasian people with a northeast Caucasian language. Another tribe with common name, and I'm going to try to pronounce that. One of the people of undermined origin and language was the so-called Turanians, nomad people, which to make their presence as I don't know what's that I'm not gonna try to pronounce that, Avars, in opinion of rulers of Turkic with the Gog Turks, for the sake of understanding. It's not something. And these are J. That's their lineage. J is their haploco group. That's just their haploco group. There's no way around it. That's exactly what their haploco group is. Just thought I just take a look. Just I love looking at different opinions and ideas and stuff like that because you never know what you find, and you never know. I might end up seeing something like that one day. Maybe someone come out of nowhere and be like, hey, I found out that J is Shemitic. It is Shemitic. I'll show you. All right. It just had a quick disconnect real fast, but back on. Man, that's just something. That's just ridiculous to see why That's without a doubt. I wanted to even put the history on down for there. Let me just see. I just want to see for those ones, because those ones 99. Let me see, where is it? Oh, L. Did I not put them here? No, it must be right there. Here they are, 99%. They say they converted to Islam. Because why would they convert to Islam? Because the Ottomans. Because the Ottoman Empire was Islamic. And these are clear Turks. It's crazy. Turkish language, or a little different type of language, which is still Turkish, just different branches. You see, related to those ones. Something else. Let's go back. Ooh. Close that. All right. Ooh, yes. And share it to see our uh, E1B1B study. Very, very deep with the historical quotes. Even all the way to Flavius Josephus. All the way to Flavius Josephus. I want to see them match a historical quote with that, because this is important to know this stuff. Isn't that something? That's right. Yeah. Gotta know about that Ottoman Empire. Gotta know about it. That Turkish Ottoman Empire is without a doubt. Turkish Ottoman Empire, all in the Levant, all in Saudi Arabia. They actually filled this area. Some of it. Some still stayed over here with E1B1B. But a lot of this was filled. And you got the real Ishmaelites that came into these areas. Real ones. And that's something. These are the real Ishmaelites. The ones that were over here. These were pushed down. It's without a doubt. It's not something. That's why they're separate like that. And they'll say that these are Hamites, yet they're separate. Why don't they mate together? Why don't they mingle together? Because long ago Ishmael, that had nothing to do with Israel. They went their way when that Muhammad, whatever his name is, came up. And it went their way. They want nothing to do with Israel. Yeah, Turks. But you know, so that's just insane. That's just the most craziest thing I ever seen. I'm still thinking about it, processing it. It's just crazy to build that's how can I relate that to any. I'm trying to think how I can relate that to something. I'm trying to think, what is that even like? That's like it's like it's like eating a cake. It's like you have a piece of cake and you eat a pie. That's what it's like. It's like having a slice of cake and you eat the whole, and you make a pie. You bite the pie, but you're making it as you eat it. I can't even process the way to illustrate that. It's like if you was to turn a video backwards of someone eating a pie. That's what it would be like. That's how that was. IJK, and he said IJK, and going all the way back and said that these were Hamites, and said IJK became HIJK. It gained information. How did it gain information? Don't they lose? And that's what mutations is. No one, you can ask any geneticist, period. You can ask any single geneticist or scientist. There is no found instance of any one gaining information in their body or anywhere, any code. That's how we know that evolution doesn't work, because you cannot gain information. You always lose it. Always deteriorates. That's why they call it reconstruction. It reconstructs itself because it's deteriorating. It's actually, and that's why they say that the in fact 100%, you can look it up. The Y chromosome supposedly, quote unquote, is 3% of what it used to be, for the sake of understanding. Though it holds 95% of what it previously was, but it was 3% of what it used to be. That's something. And yet they say that the person gained information and became Hamitic. It's crazy. They say there's a Shem. They said there's a Shem, but this, which is connected, which were originally connected, they said, which it breaks this way. That's the only way it breaks. Only way. And said these are Shem and these are Japhetic. That's what they say. And yet you get IJK breaking this way, yet he want to tell you that information was gained and said IJK became HIJK and GHIJK and then going backwards. That's insane. That is insane. This is the only way right here. Because actually this is actually losing information. They want people don't want you to know that when you go this way, you actually lose information. You don't gain it. And you don't go this way and gain to here. The reason why they think that these are original, because A00. They try to link A00 to these, but it doesn't link. It has no link at all. And if you ever see it on it, you cannot. In fact, you never see it. I'll show you, for example. Let me show you something. This is something else. I'm not even gonna just close that. I'm not even gonna look at it anymore. That thing. I'm not even gonna look at that either. We might have to. I'm not gonna look for the me's right now. That was just one of those things that just completely makes you just sick to your stomach. Lies in the world. That was like worse than even the scientist idea. They actually designed in their design someone gaining information. That's impossible. That's impossible. There's no evidence of anyone ever gaining information. Let me see, where is it? Let's think of so I just like blew my. That's just I can't even. Oh, I was gonna go to something. Let me see. Where is it? It's like saying I'm going from one A and going to E. That's what the whole pointing was doing. It was going backwards. But let me. Oh yeah, A00. A00. Let me show you something. I just want to show you what the A00. I'm gonna show you this. Okay, so this is the real A00. It's not connected to anyone. It's not connected. You see where it's right here? This is actually the beginning of time. This right here, this is not a branch. This is not a branch. This is a barrier. This is an idea right here. I'm gonna show you the real design of it. This is the branch. This is the beginning of time. That's why it's cut off right there. It's the beginning of time. And then A00 goes in its own direction. It's only found in one people. Who they call African American, and it breaks in its own. It's impossible. It's an impossible haplotype group. Yeah, it's there. It exists. Yeah, it goes and it just breaks and goes its own way. It's not connected to none of these. It's not connected at all. You can't link it. That's why even they tell you they can't link it. And I'm gonna show you that they say it themselves, and they can't link it. You can't link it because it's not linked to anyone else. It's not. They try to say it's what's Y chromosome atom, but you cannot link it. You cannot trace it. Right here. That's why I put right here. It's untraceable. They say it themselves because they know which one they're talking about. It says, although it is not possible to assign the origin of 38% of the male lineages, he's actually talking about the A00 lineage. They talk about it themselves. They put it themselves. They say it's impossible. That's why they call it a novel find, which means it breaks their finds right there. A novel branch of modern human Y chromosome tree. It's basically saying it's like its own branch. You can see they even try to link it to chimps because they can't link it to what they thought it was. They try to link it to him, but they can't. This is the beginning of time. This KYA. This is 330. I mean, this is 338,000 years ago, supposedly. And they say this is the beginning of time, and it breaks in its own way. It's not connected to A. You don't go from A and you don't go A00 and go to A. It's impossible. It's not connected at all. Therefore, you can't go backwards and get these things. You can't even get it. It's his own little piece. That just destroys the idea of going and making all E and Helm related when they're not. They have a clear line where they're not related. It's just not. But I'm gonna go over this. I'm gonna have to go over this note tomorrow. I'm gonna have to go over this note tomorrow. Yeah, willing. We have to break this thing down. A pure line of E, separate. Some mixed with different things, but that happens. But it's not as mixed as some of the ones up there. But Arabs, they're gonna have some of theirs that's still gonna be kind of mixed a little bit. But that's E1B1B. That's a real Arab. That lineage right there. That would be a real Arab. With the J lineage mix, the J is the Turkish line. They will say, "Oh, that's the real one." No, these are Turks in these areas. But some of these that over here, of course, they'll show you right here. But this is going to be E1B1B or E3B. But let me see. Is that thing? That is that thing. I was looking for that, but I know I put it right there. Is that something? Even look at the Y chromosome or the MT chromosome or mtDNA of the female line, the L0, which supposedly is the chromosome of the quote unquote genetic Eve. And she is so called African American. And the genetic Eve has that lineage that's not connected to anyone either. These lineages, these are lines that are impossible. They're impossible. And they know it. That's why they don't put it on a chart. That's why I put this right here, because they don't put it on a they don't ever put it on a chart. Because if they put it on a chart, what they'll have to do is make their own branch. It's its own branch. They don't put it on a chart. That's why when you see, don't ever let this thing trick you. Don't ever let this design trick you. The way they designed this, it doesn't break into these. You got to see it on an actual graph. This thing is this is a summary. This is like a summary of how they break and different things like that. Idea in a summary. It doesn't give you actual direction or anything like that. But at some point, when you get to this point, this is when the direction goes like this. They know that this is the right way. But this doesn't break like this. It actually goes like this. It deteriorates. This is deteriorating. This is actually a deterioration this way. This one has its own line. This one goes this way. These break into this way. These are their own. These are their own. And these are their own. They know it. They know it for a fact. They know that BT brings A and B. They know it for a fact. You can look it up yourself. In fact, for the sake of understanding, I'm going to show you the B lineage. And I'm going to show you what it actually looks like. Go and look at the B lineage. Oh, I should have put BT. Let's put BT. We can see that break right here. You see this? They know for a fact that this one breaks into these. They break into them. These don't go to this. These don't go to this. They know for a fact that BT breaks into these. and these ones break into their own. This is CT right here, and this right here actually breaks this way. And they'll try to put, oh, this one's older. These are older, but if you look at the deterioration, it's this one is actually breaking into these. This one is breaking into these, and they'll put this one right here like this because it's the A00 that they're trying to connect it with. But if you look at the real design, A00 is not connected with it. That's why they try to make it like this, how it branches out like this, because that's really A00, but really A is over here with B, and we'll look at it because you can see right here. Now let's see what actually, where is A? Guess where A is? Right here. And you know what that means? If A is over here, that means it's not, this is the beginning of time. A is untraceable. You can't put it on the chart. It is untraceable. And they say, oh, that's the beginning of time. A is the beginning of it. And then you have different branches like this. And they'll say, oh, A is its own. Like that's, you see that right there? But see it on an actual chart, on what it looks like. That's why they'll try to make things like that little design. Let me show you a real chart. Let's go to a real actual chart. Let's go to a real family tree. Let's go and look at one. Let's go to, let me see. I want to show you one. Matter of fact, it's down here. I got one. I'll open up right here. Let's go to a real chart and let's look at A. Let's see how it breaks. I'm gonna show you how A actually breaks the real way. How geneticists know it. How they know that it breaks. Let's look at A. These are the A lineages. Notice that they don't put A00 because they know who A00 goes to is only one person, and they say it themselves. They say it themselves without a doubt. I'll show you that A00 and what they say. Let me show you something. Let's read what they say about A00. Let's see if it's found in anyone else besides this one people. A00 participants descend from a former, they say this participant from a former slave in South Carolina. The closest matches are in Western Cameroon, obviously E1B1A, near the Gulf of Guinea, a prime location in the slave trade. And it says there appears to be about, let's just say that, of course, it's connected to the slave trade. They just basically connect that. Now let's see what they say about it. Watch what they say about A00. It says, derived from mutations for that name. They name it A00. They say, we then estimate the time to the most recent common ancestor for the Y is they say almost 300,000 years ago. That's what they say. And this is what they say, remarkable. This exceeds current estimates of MT. They just talk about it just passes all their ideas of what they thought it was. The extremely ancient age combined with the rarity of A00 lineage, because it's not connected to any other branch, which we also find at very low frequencies in Central Africa. Why? Because it's in the who they call the E1B1A. Point to the importance of considering more complex model, because they had to build, I'm gonna show you that complex model, which is ridiculous. The A00 lineage was discovered in a large database of consumer samples of African Americans and has not been identified in the traditional hunter-gatherer population of sub-Saharan Africa, meaning A and B does not have that lineage in it. That's what they actually mean there, for the sake of understanding. In fact, we can see it. They try to link it to a chimp. Doesn't link because that's why it has a broken link right there. It does not link to a chimp. And this is the beginning of time. It breaks in its own. And A goes this way. In fact, it's not even connected to anyone. These are the other lineages. See how it breaks like that? It's going, they all break and they break. They break down. That's why it says the rest of the Y chromosome tree, BT, because it goes down and breaks down. These are different ones, but they're not connected to A. This is the revised one because they found more and more ancient ones. These is everybody else, the other Y chromosomes. This is the beginning of time, and it breaks in its own direction. It breaks in its own direction. They know it. This is the revised idea. A00 is not connected to A0. This is the beginning of time. A00 is not connected to A0. It's not. Just not connected to it. And you actually, and they try to make it like this where it just goes like that and goes this way. Doesn't. Actually goes this way. They know for a fact that these ones go this way and these ones go that way because they want to say that from a Hamite, you get a Japhanite. It's ridiculous. You can see beginning of time and then A00, its own branch. And then what you get? You have these ones. You have these ones. And they'll design it how they want, but look at it at a chart. It's not a chart. It never looks like this. It never goes one way. They'll try to tell you it all goes one way in direction like this. It doesn't. They know what it looks like. They know exactly what it looks like on a chart, and they'll try to design it how they want to design it sometimes. But if you look at it on a chart, it doesn't go that way. It's like a circle. It breaks into a type of different groups like this. This is not me. I didn't do this. This is a geneticist that put it like this. And he said that there's 3 different groups. He said there's 3 different groups here. Let me see. Where's another one? Right here. See, also, this is not me. I didn't do this. I didn't put these arrows here. I didn't alter these lines. This was done by a geneticist. And he says there's 3 distinct groups that split from this point. From this point, there's this group here, there's this group here, and then there's this group that actually deteriorates this way and is not connected to A00 because A00 can't be put on the chart. You can't put it on this chart. It doesn't work. That's why in the beginning of time, it went its own way. You can't put it on the chart. It just doesn't work. I'll show you what it looks like when they try. I don't think I have a picture of that. This one is kind of trying to link it with it. This is the idea of it. This is the idea of them trying right here. This is the idea where they basically, this is actually supposed to be in connection with A00 right here. But this is actually B. These are actually going to be all connected to, where is it? BT. Where is BT on this? Let's see. They didn't even throw it on here. Isn't that something? I didn't even notice that. They didn't even put BT on this one. They didn't even put it on there because if you put BT here, it's gonna go like this. It's gonna go this way. I'm gonna show you. Where is it? Let's see. Where is it? Right here. You see this? These break off like this. This is how they break. Just like every other branch, they deteriorate. They deteriorate. This is deterioration. Watch how it deteriorates. You see it? He's going A right here, and here's BT. But notice, you see his BT right here? Notice the BT is slap dab right here. But actually, it breaks this way. It actually breaks this way. Let's go down to, let's go to CF. You can see CF. Notice this. From CF, you're gonna get your CF, and then you're gonna get your I from here. The reason why they got it like this, designed like this, is because they're trying to link the tree in a line, saying that it went from the ape men from of old and kept on going and going and going and going and going and going and going to the end. That's crazy. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make absolutely no sense to even try to pull it, to even try to do that, because they know it's deterioration. There's clear deterioration. Let me see. You can see. That's something. This was not the one I wanted to click. Let me see. There's one I want to show you. I want to show you a one. I just want to see where it is. I'm trying to find it. Let's see. If they was to put A00 on a chart, it would look like this. because that's why it just breaks out like that, because you can't connect it. It doesn't have a subgroup. It doesn't break into a subgroup. It doesn't connect into any group. Besides, it's found in only one people. That's it. That is only found in one people, and that's just who they call African American, and that's where they find it. Only A00. You can look it up yourself. A00. Just type A00 African American, and you'll see it yourself. That is only in one people, and it's not connected to anyone else. It's not. Just not. It's just this rare, different group that is just made. It's like a sign. It's a clear sign. I'll go over it tomorrow and talk about it. It's on a different level. There's something else. Let me see if I can find that one. I'm gonna open this. I'm gonna grab this one I want to show before anything. Let me see, where is it? See if I can find it. Real interesting. Actually, I'm sure I can just scroll and find it. I think I recently edited it, I believe. I don't know what this is. Oh, that's just that. That's just that one. Yeah, that's just that one. This is just a PDF of that file. Let's see. I think it's this. I think. Oh, that's Ramsey's. Let's see. Let's see if it's this one. You see A00, beginning of time, its own branch, straight through. Straight through. It doesn't break into Clydes like this. It doesn't go like this. And this doesn't even go like this. And this is not the one I'm looking for. I'm looking for a different one. I'm trying to find it. I want you to see it. I want you to see it. It's not like a straight line. The way that it looks is actually a circle. That's actually the real design on how it's designed. If you ever open it up, there's a one that breaks out like branches like that. It breaks out and it's not like this. It's not a straight line. That's a false idea. It's not a straight line. They try to say, oh, it will lead all the way back to 800. It can't. Doesn't. It just doesn't match. Can't link it to it. That's the only reason it says it breaks like that. But these are deteriorating. These are deteriorating this way. That's why they're deteriorating. That's why they have it. Like, for example, the geneticist actually has the real one. That's the only place I can. Let me see if I can find. I want to find this one thing. I don't know if I even put the quote. I probably should have. I don't know if I put it. Is this? No, it's not that. Interesting information. No, I don't think it's on this one. Let's see. I'll just for the sake of the lie, just put it here. Let's just go to this. I'll just show you this. I think I did not put my little what's the word I'm looking for? My source. I had a side source that I had put, and this is not what I want. I just want to. But this is how it. This is when you if you go to a real geneticist one. If you find a real geneticist one, they break out like this. This is how they really break out. This is a real geneticist design. Right here. See that? They actually break out like this. This is the way that they actually break out. Because remember, him, how can you go from him? That's racist. That's actually, they say it like that because it's racist. It's not even right. It doesn't go that way. That's why notice that it goes like that. See that? Going like that because it breaks here. This is actually the real break right here. That's why the arrows are right there. Because this is really where it breaks and it deteriorates. It goes down. It breaks that way. It doesn't go. Otherwise, it would be above these and break like a mountain. It'll break like a mountain. It does not break like a mountain. That's the idea. Like it'll be like him, and then it'll break like a mountain into these different people, as if we was all coming from Hamites. And then they'll say Hamites were the beginning people, and then we'll say that everyone else was later on. But Japheth is the oldest son, and we know that because it splits. The splits. That's how it is, and that's important to see and take note of how it really looks how a geneticist looks at it. It does not go in a straight line. It goes in a circle, breaks in a circle, breaks in like almost in a complete circle. That's why this little design here, see how it kind of breaks off like that? This is the real design, but I need to find I think this is the source. Maybe. I want to show you it. Let's see if there's one that lets you open it and break it. But look at this. We can even just for the sake of understanding, I'll just end it off on this for the sake of understanding. Yep. E1 B1 is Abraham. E1 B1 is Abraham. Sorry, I didn't see that message. I apologize. This is how it really breaks. This is the beginning. It deteriorates, right? It breaks off like this. Notice that these aren't making these. These are not making these. This is actually how it breaks, like this. You see how it's designed like that? This is how it's really designed. It's like that. That's the real design. It's a circle. It breaks off like that. These don't make these. They don't. It doesn't work like that. They're lying. Whenever they try to design it like that, they're designing it based upon their own idea of evolution. They try to say that these ones are older or not these ones. These ones. They try to say these are older in evolution. That's what they always try to say. They try to say the A and B line is older in evolution, and they'll say it makes these. But if you look at their design, that's not what you're seeing. You don't see them going to evolution. You actually see different branches. That's what you see. This is and notice you may not be able to tell, but this is where it breaks, and this is why it's right here. You see that? You see what you're seeing here? This is where it splits, just like that. They'll try to design it like this to kind of throw you off and make you think like, oh, well, yeah, but how do you get this? Right? You see how it's like that? And it's trying to say that these brought you these. But why is it like that? Why is it looping like that? It's because they don't break that way. It's because they're not connected like that. They know it for a fact. These break off in their own direction because Ham is the youngest son. Ham is the youngest son. If anything, these will make these. Ham is the youngest. That's the baby of the family. And so these break and these have their own. And then you have these going their own. These have their own. This is the break right here. These break to these way right here. Let me just double check. Yep, right here. So you see that? You see how these break? These will break like this. This is how it will go. They'll say like this beginning of time because they'll say A00 and whatnot. You can't connect it. You cannot connect A00 to anybody. You can't, but E1B1A. And how? How is A connected to E1B1A? It's just there. It's just a genetic code that no one can trace. It's just impossible. I'm pretty sure it's the line of Aaron. It's just impossible to trace. It's impossible. It's impossible to trace. It doesn't even make sense, to be honest with you. It's like a sign of God. It's just impossible. They know it. That's why they call it incredible. This right here, these break this way. That's just how it breaks in a circle. They're their own branch. They're their own branch in the circle, and the break is right here. That's why notice that. Why is it like that? What is that? They'll never explain something like that. Why? What is that? CT going this way because it breaks and gives you this, and that's why they put like a corner, and a corner because they're trying to connect A. They're trying to connect A to the chart, but it goes out like that. I just wanted to show that because that's A that they're trying to connect to, but they can't. Does not connect at all. These right here, these are its own branch in the circle, and these are their own. These right here are their own branch. Just breaks. Just goes down for the sake of understanding. In fact, let me just zoom in. No, I thought it's gonna have a little more details in it. Is this ah I was just trying to see if that was I can't even zoom in because of this thing. I wanted to see if it had A00 in here. I can't see the things at the bottom. It's just telling me little different things and whatnot. Just D, whatnot. DE, BT. BT deteriorates. That's why you see it like that. It's deteriorating. Its own is when I say deteriorate, it's going in its own direction. It's not giving information to these. This one doesn't give information to these. They break off. That's why when you see them like this, when you see this design, this is false. This is a false design, and they know it. They know that it's not actually the way that it goes. That is not the way that it goes. It goes that way. If these actually these break down. These actually break down. That's why you see here these breaking their own way. They don't break and then they go and then keep going. That's not how it looks when someone's actually doing the actual studying. They know what they're actually looking at. They're looking at three different lines. They're looking at three different major branches. When I say major branches, split, that tells you, that shows you, right? I said right here, my bad. Not here, not right here, right here. My bad. That's what this is because we can see it. C, right? C is going to C and it's going to D and E. And from here, you also get A. You see how that's doing that? C over here. You can look. Why is it so zoomed in? Zoom out a little bit. See right here? It goes to C. You can see. You see that? You see how it right here shows you CF? It's going to C right there. And is actually going to these. It's breaking off. This is gonna from here. You're actually gonna get your other ones, get your other lines, and these are gonna be your E. It's gonna be your D and E. These are where it's gonna break these, and this is where this ones go. And they know it. They know it because when they put it on the chart, and if you see the actual the pure design without all the extra creative ideas, because a lot of these are creative ideas. A lot of them actually are creative ideas, which are neat in their own way to even get an idea of what they would do. But in its pure state, in a pure design, it doesn't get any more pure than you see all these. These are all this, not that, but this is what they want to do. This is how they want to design it. This is the idea. That's why this is like this. You see that arrow? Because the real design is like this. They break in their own branches. They just break in their own branches, and these deteriorate, and these deteriorate. These don't give information to these. These don't give information. These are Hamites. All these are Ham. And they try to say these give information to these and these give information to these. It doesn't work like that. These are actually deteriorating. You see that? How they go out like that? These haplogo groups are actually mutating on their own branch. On their own branch. They don't actually branch off into these. That's what they want you to believe, that these go and then they break off into these. They don't. That's a lie. That's a false lie. That's just not, and it's not what you see. That's why you see this. They're their own branch. They're their own branch. This is their design. You see, and Nathan knows it. Nathan knows it. That's why he puts them in branches like that. He knows that they actually deteriorate. He knows that they're deteriorating in every direction. And that's why he believes in he only believes 6,000 years. He believes 6,000 years because he says even the DNA confirms it. You're not gonna have it like that. You can see these things right here. You see this branch right here? This is Japheth. This is Shem right here. This is Shem. This is Japheth. For the sake of understanding. And then they put this little green right here because they believed that this was the Jewish line. They thought that this was the line of the Jews. But what's the problem with that? It's in between Japheth. It's connected. It's all connected with Japheth. They know it, and you can see it yourself if you look at it. Right here, it's all connected to the same stem, and he knows it. They're all connected to the same stem. That's why that's why I did that live and showed you that he knows that they're Turks. He knows it. He knows that J is actually a Turkish line. It's just truth. That's all that it is. It's just truth. He just said that J is indeed what it is. For the sake of understanding. Just gonna make sure that's what I'm looking at right here. You can see J line. Israel, they say. Israel, they would say. J. Yeah, what's the problem? It's connected with Japhetic. It's just connected with Japheth. It's just a fact. It's just a fact you can't deny. It's just a fact. That's why they know it. See, we can just go to J right here. So you can take a quick, close zoom in and notice how tightly packed it is. It's packed. Look at this branch. Remember how I told you remember you can see it breaks from here, this one stem, from this one stem. You see this one stem? From this one stem, you get H, you get I, you get J. You see that? Where's K? Let's see. Oh, it moves down. I don't know why you put it like that. But from that one stem, you get this. See that? I don't know why this is like this, but it actually even connects J, maybe K, for the sake of understanding. These are all connected. Boom. Boom. All these. Because it's undeniable. It's one of those things that's undeniable when you actually follow the trail. That guy tried to say that somehow, some way, it went from here and then you got all these. What? That's super nitpicking. That's just nitpicking, just picking somewhere where you're gaining information. It just doesn't happen like that. It always mutates and deteriorates like that. That's just how it goes. And they're gonna be on their own branch. Oh, it's just one of those things where once you actually examine it, once you look at it to yourself, you'll understand that there's no way around it. There's absolutely no way around it. Isn't that something? I just noticed that this does not have BT on it. Let me see if it does. Why does it not have BT on here? That is just crazy. This is like supposed to be the beginning of time. Well, not this. It's supposed to be like going in that direction. They put that like that and put it like that, but that's deteriorating. That's deteriorating in his own way, his own direction, on the circle. Deteriorating his own direction on the circle. You don't get Helmites you don't go from a Helmite to a Japhenite. You just don't. That's ridiculous. But that's what many designs want you to believe. They want you to believe that somehow, some way, you went from a Hamite to a Japhenite. It's just going like that. That's impossible. We never even see something like that, and that's not even what the design shows. It does not show that they're on a tree. It's not a tree, as in everyone's connected as one. but they actually are breaking in their own. We're all connected, as in we're human, right? We're looking at one species, right? Our race is the human race, but our genetics of who we are is going to be told to us by our haplotype group, by which ones we are more related to by the Y chromosome, or in the sense, if you was to do in the other way of mtDNA, then that'd be a little different, right? The same, but the speed gives you the same thing, same understanding. But it's always interesting when you look at a real geneticist design on what they actually design and what they get, and you'll get a clear picture. You get a clear picture when you see what they did. You see what their project did. This is the real design. This is what the real tree looks like. That's what it looks like. You can see the letters J right there, I right there. You can see what's going on there. See? Very important. Wait. Yes. Just for the sake of understanding. Let's go over here. All right? I just wanted to show you that because if you ever get a chance to design to look at these things yourself, if you ever studied these things, just be careful. Be careful not to fall into the false designs. There's a lot of false designs. Now, if you know how to understand them, that's a different thing. Then you can work with them. It's like how right here, like we understand how this is. Because they'll try to tell you BT breaks to CT. Does not break that way. It actually breaks this way. It actually is dissolving. BT actually breaks into A and it goes down to its own. And they'll try to tell you the A from A, you go down and you'll get all these. It's false. It's not even what it looks like. I just want you to know that for the sake of understanding. It's just crazy. That's why a lot of these designs like this, if you just run with it like that, that's not what it looks like on a computer, or when they're doing the testing, when they're actually working on it. Is not how it looks. That's just for like bringing it out for other people to see. Like there it is, but then when you actually look at it, it's a circle. It's actually a circle breaking off in its own way. That's why it's good to get little ones that actual geneticists that actually study it. When they bring it forth, you're gonna see the paper look a little different because they think no one's gonna understand this design. They think when someone sees it, it's like, what is that? It's like a mumbo jumbo thing. It's a mess. No, it's not a mess. It's 3 different groups. That's what it is. It's 3 different stems. These ones are connected to this. These are one stem. These are another stem. And these are another stem. That's just how it is. See that? These are one stem. These are one stem. And these are another stem. That's just how it is. And it's one of those things that's just, it's when you actually examine A and B, these are A and B connected. And then you have these ones. I just want to make sure I'm quoting that right. This is going to be D and whatnot. And this is going to be your J, for the sake of understanding. You can see your J. And you can see your B and A. And then you see your D. And then that C, you know what to do with C, for the sake of understanding. Most likely Jephatic. Most likely. But I just wanted to show you that because it's just so crazy. It's crazy what's going on in the world today. It's just crazy. It's deterring. Just know that their little design, a lot of designs that they go try to design, is because they want to design their idea and say that these began in Africa because they're in Africa. So they must have began in Africa if they're in Africa. And so it must be that the Africans are the original people and they were originally monkeys. And that's what we turn to humans now. That now that's out of Africa, we are the evolved humans of a higher species. No, this is a false design. This design like this is their doing. That's their doing. Taking that chart and designing it how they want, designing a tree how they want. But that's not actually how it looks. It's not how the real trees look. But that's what they want you to believe. So it's one of those things that it's just crazy. It's crazy. Matter of fact, I'll do maybe I'll do one of the synthetic Sundays on B and from BT, and then I'm gonna go to show you how A and B breaks. All right, because that's why they say no definite examples of BT, X, C, F, and D, E. Members of BT outside of only two known branches of CT, namely CF and DE. Just some interesting, just for the sake of understanding. Oh, yes. So it's very interesting when you see these millions and billions of years and then see how they try to just get you to believe it, get you to see those possible millions and millions of years, and then you'll understand what's actually going on. You're like, wait a second. You'll see the real deterioration. You'll see what's really going on. But one day I'll probably break this thing down and go over that on how ridiculous this is and how they know it's not true. They know it's not true. It's not even what they see. That's why they try to put it how they want to. But that's not what they see when they're doing these things. But when they paint it out, that's what they'll do. They'll get you to believe that the world, everything began from nothing, and it began from itself, exploded. And somehow you got all this information. Somehow your genetics, which are extremely advanced, holds information. Yet they want to say that came from nothing. So it's one of those things that it's common for them to do. It's common for them to bring confusion. But that's why I just took the time. It was great to do the animation. We're gonna get back to it. Y'all willing? I'm gonna work on it. I'm gonna do some things, and then we'll bring forth that. I'll work on it for a little bit, for a while, and then I'm not gonna say when. I'm not gonna say when I'm gonna talk about it, but I'm gonna definitely talk about it. We're gonna talk about when it's all said and done, and you're gonna see what's going on, right? Because we see in the beginning, in the Bible, A, B, all Ham, Shem, and Japheth was there, right? You're not gonna get Ham to Japheth. That's what they want you to believe. That somehow BT breaks down that way when it actually breaks down the other way, and they know it, but. I'll probably do a note on that, and then we'll talk about that. We'll talk about that for the sake of understanding. But they'll try to tell you the other thing. That's why it's good to go about these things. Like for example, let's see. See how this one, 71 so-called 1,000 years ago. I'm just gonna show you something. Look what it says here. Remember, CT. I'm gonna end on this. CT is supposedly this is a genetic study. This is what they say. Go down. So you're going over these things, whatnot. Talk about all those things. Where is my? I think I just clicked the. I gotta make sure I put my quotes on top of them. Why do I put them underneath them? The legal geneticist. The legal geneticist. All right. I'll just show you because sometimes it's good to know the reference that's on there. You can see some big names. Let me see. What was it? Let's see. I wanted to show you. Right there. This is a person page, a geneticist with a law degree. This person's a geneticist with a law degree, a legal geneticist. And this is what they put. They got this thing. All right. It's really interesting to see some of these things. I'm telling you, it's It's mind-blowing. So you can see this right here. This is no worries. Just brings out this is where I got this from right here. This is from a geneticist. Look what they say right here. Look how old CT is. And they won't, and some of them will be missing BT. BT will be completely missing because if you put the year for BT on thing, it'll completely take things out of the water for the sake of understanding. See this? It's actually where it splits, going off this way. That's actually how it splits. You see that atom? You see how does that connect like that? Does A00 connect like that? Absolutely not. A00 is not linked to any of these besides E. It's the only one you see it in E, but it's not like it's linked to E. It's not like it's a branch on E. It's a branch of its own. That's just what it is. That's why you can see it's going this way. Look at that atom on this side, not on this side, because it doesn't break that way. Let me show you something. Where is it? CT right there. Where's BT on this one? Let me see, because I want you to see this one. This is a complete, based on 35 samples, complete genetic data. And you have that person right there, who it is doing that test, that's bringing this information. You can see it's going to have sources and stuff. So it's not just taken from just a random place. And it'll try to tell you, notice, you see these years right here, thousands of years? Note something here. A, N, this is actually going to be A and B for the sake of understanding. It's A and B line because that's what they actually would break it to, because this is just a summary. It's more of a summary of different branches. This right here, that CT right there, when they show that it goes this way and that, and say, oh, that's so many years, and that thing and that thing, whatnot. But these Hamites, for the sake of understanding, they're also deteriorating as everyone else is deteriorating. And notice, I'm gonna show you. Look at the years. There's no BT here. Where's the BT? BT, where is it? You see that? I'm gonna watch this. 71,000 years ago. Let's go to here. Another genetic study. Let's say how old is BT? How old is it? And they say BT is before. They'll try to tell you BT is before CT. They'll try to tell you that, but that's not true. Because BT, you'll see right here, 50,000 years ago. When the other one 77,000 years, 70,000 years ago. I'm gonna put this here. We're gonna talk about this one day, not today. Though we talk about it a little bit. I'm just gonna put this here as a reminder. When I do this study, we're gonna talk about it. Where is it? Note BT is younger than CT. BT, younger than CT. Younger, because it's deteriorating, and they know it. They know for a fact. I just want to, we're going to talk about this. We're going to talk about this in their wicked design, that they know that is deteriorating. They know for a fact that is not, that's why these years are getting younger and younger and younger. These are deterioration, right? 64 to 40, 52. They say thousands of years ago and not getting younger and younger. 71,000 years ago. Where is BT? You just see it when they don't ever try to put it on the same one. Why don't they ever do it? Put it on the same one, and you'll see what it looks like. They never do it. Remember, BT, very important. BT right there does not go to CT, though they tell you it does. They'll say BT goes to CT. It does not. It's false. Look at how supposedly how old each one is. BT is deteriorating. BT is deteriorating from CT. It's just a fact. They'll tell you what they want to tell you. We'll talk about this. We'll talk about these things. I'm gonna just close this for the sake of understanding. We'll talk about that one day. I just want you to know how crazy the stuff gets. I just want you to know how crazy the stuff gets. That BT actually is going this way. That's how crazy it is. That A00 is not connected to it, yet they want to connect that A0 to A00, but it's not connected. That's just a name. That A00, that's just a name. It's not actually connected to A and 0. But CT right here is older than BT. CT is older than BT, yet they'll tell you BT goes to CT. Remember, Japheth is the eldest son of Ham. I mean, not the eldest son, my bad. The elder brother of Ham. Remember, Japheth is older. He's the oldest one. He's the eldest. He's the eldest one. Ham is the youngest one. He's the youngest. Yet they want to, and then we see the actual supposed millions and such thousands of years and whatnot. And CT is older than BT. And somehow this younger one's going into this one. That's what they want you to believe, that this younger one is going into this one. In fact, to see if it will even say here. Let's do this and that. Y chromosome havoc group. BT, you see that? They'll try to say BT goes into this one. But if this goes into this, how is this going into this? But these supposed to be older than this, but they go their own way. You see that? Why is it not that this one? Why is it not that these are above this, going into this, then going into this? And how is it that these are actually going to their own way and dissolving? Because it's deteriorating. And this is younger than this. And actually, this should be under here. It should be like this. 1, 2, 3. That's actually what it should be like. These should have that third branch should be right under here. That's how it would be designed. And it would make a circle. It would make a circle because it's shooting out. Don't even look at this like it's going down. Look at it like a circle. If you ever see this thing, just look at it like a circle. That's all you have to do. If you see this as a circle, if you look at this like a circle, even this, if you don't look at this like it starts here and goes down, if you look at this as a circle, as it is a circle, that's what it is. It comes out as a circle. And this is the eldest one. This is the oldest one that goes to this. And they'll try to tell you it's like that. It's not. Because we see it. We see what it is. But we'll go over it. We'll talk about it. And I'll show you that they say it themselves. Just like I just showed you. They show you that CT is older than BT. It's older. But with that, just understand, as we do this genetic study, I'm going to show you the facts of this matter. As we do with everything, we look at the facts of the matter. CT is older than BT. It's older, for the sake of understanding. So it goes this way, and this way. That's how it goes. With that, family, be blessed, be beloved, and amen.